Disclaimer: this is a non-canonical piece. The work here is not entirely based on official lore. It really just asks the question of, what if?
Warriors, today it is my grim duty to bring you grave tidings. Despite the best efforts of Sarkhan, Asa Taney and myself, the Grand Council has issued an edict that we must surrender the world of Barcelona without trial in order for Clan Star Adder to enter into our theatre of operations. This is a brazen, unfair act and an attack on our very clan. What brought this treachery upon us? You already know. Their spurious claim is that we, some of the most accomplished warriors in the entirety of Operation Revival, have not demonstrated the strength, or supposedly the initiative, to ensure all that the Great Father's dream will be fulfilled. This is an act of sabotage, and all ensures that we will not be the ones to bring about the restoration of the Star League. They are trying to rip from us the dream that we have sacrificed so much to have. This was our destiny, and we were so close to seizing it. Now, it is slipping through our fingers as if a fistful of sand. This outrageous move on behalf of the Council is an insult to every single Ice Hellion, regardless of caste, be they civilian or warrior. Are we to let this merely happen to us? After all we have sacrificed, after all of the hardships and struggles we have undertaken to get here, I say no. It was through honourable trial that we seized our opportunity to strike into the heart of the corrupt inner sphere from the unworthy clutches of the Jade Falcons. We proved ourselves their superiors through strength of arms, and we have proved our Tauman was without equal in the process. We have fought the Federated Commonwealth and their mercenary allies from the very start of the liberation of the lost people of the former Star League since that glorious day. At every turn, our warriors have persisted, despite all of the betrayals we have faced. Treachery has been with us from the moment we arrived, as we all know too well. Clan Wolf, our supposed partners next to our corridor, are a clan who have brought nothing but disgrace to the honoured name of Kerensky. They have done everything to undermine our mission and our warriors, showing themselves to be little better than the freebirths they care so much for. Even more pitifully after today, we have been betrayed by our brethren in the Crusader clans. They did not stand with us in the Grand Council, and now seek to steal from us every shred of glory and honour we have so rightly earned. They are no longer clan warriors with any kind of honour, merely debased and greed-stricken scavengers. I will not let this be the end of our achievements. What kind of Khan would I be if I allowed for such a crime to be committed against us without reprisal? I did not deliver this message to you to send you down the road of despair, but instead to prompt you all to prepare yourselves. You must now steel yourselves. You must sharpen your talons. It is time to remember your duty to yourself and to your clan, and the generations of warriors who came before you. We will not quietly, meekly retreat as if we were the cowards of Clan Steel Viper. No, we will defend all we have taken and all we have accomplished. We will embody the spirit of the animal that Nicholas Kerensky wisely chose upon our founding. We will never surrender anything to the criminals of Clan Star Adder, no matter what they and their wolf allies on the Grand Council demand. No planet, moon, or star within our grasp will be stripped from us. We will not let go of one grain of our rightful destiny. We will slaughter these thieves and send our message to our enemies, written in their blood. We will not merely launch a trial of grievance, but a war of grievance. Address to the forces of Clan Ice Hellion, Khan Stephen Tyler, July 27th, 3052.
The capture of this vessel and the intel I am forwarding to all of you points to one indisputable fact. The great houses of the Inner Sphere know the secret location of our home worlds. Now, it is only a matter of time before they bring their greed and their never-ending war to our doorsteps. The great debate over our return to the Inner Sphere ends now. We must act. My Khans, it is finally time for the children of Kerensky to return home. Leo showers in his address to the Clan Council after the taking of the Outbound Light, 3048. The clans, the descendants of the exiled Star League Defense Forces, dwelled in the depths of space beyond the Inner Sphere. Nicholas Kerensky, their founder, and the son of the great General Alexander Kerensky, wanted to create a new path forward for humanity. The old ways of the Inner Sphere had destroyed mankind, and unleashed what Alexander Kerensky dubbed as the Forever War in the wake of the SLDF's retreat from known human space. The new society built by his successors was to be martial in its origins, built on a caste system, and openly embraced eugenics, as well as the dissolution of the family unit. Individual and group martial prowess became the determining factor behind who would win diplomatic or interpersonal disputes, and honor was as much a currency as anything else. Though beyond creating a new, unique way for people to survive in the harsh, unforgiving environment they found themselves in, Nicholas and Alexander had a dream, and that was of their descendants returning home to the Inner Sphere. These descendants broke into two ideological camps with the passage of time. The Wardens believed that their role was to guard the people of the Inner Sphere, whereas the Crusaders believed that it was their duty to conquer them and impose upon them the superior ways of the clans. Eventually, great debates and trials were launched between the two sides as they struggled over which path would be their destiny. The Crusaders tried many times and failed, although barely falling short in several instances. Eventually, the Dragoon Compromise was reached, leading to an intelligence operation and the creation of the Wolf Dragoons. The Dragoons would infiltrate the Inner Sphere under the guise of mercenaries and gather all of the data needed to chart what had happened in their absence to the home of mankind. A sense of unease fell over the clan homeworlds during all of this, until the arrival of a Comstar Explorer Corps vessel in September of 3048. The ship in question was named the Outbound Light. Much to the misfortune of mankind, this ship and its crew appeared in the Huntress system, the capital of Clan Smoke Jaguar. Comstar, the rulers of Terra, and the masters of the HPG grid had their own plans for the future of the Inner Sphere, though that mattered little once the Jaguars took their crew captive. The Jaguars, who were crusaders and were renowned for their power and cruelty, interrogated the Comstar crew until they told them everything they wanted to know, and then further coerced the crew into giving them embellished forms of the truth as well, portraying the Inner Sphere as a threat to the clans, and even indicating that the Star League was to be reformed by the Great Houses, denying the children of Kerensky their destiny. This evidence, and falsified evidence, was then brought forward to the Grand Council of the clans, where Leo Showers then proceeded to use it to bludgeon the council's members into submission. They were threatened and needed to protect themselves from the Great Houses, and they also needed to fulfill their destiny. The Wardens made their play at opposition in the form of Clan Wolf challenging the Crusaders and their plans, but it was for naught. The Wolves were undone in the trials that followed, and so the clans were to finally return to the Inner Sphere as conquerors. Leo Showers was elected Ilkhan by the Grand Kurultai, the first to be selected in a century. But who, exactly, were the avenging angels to deliver justice and peace to the Inner Sphere? That was yet to be decided.
Four clans and a reserve.
Bargained well and done. The motion has been seconded. All in favor, vote AF.
Khan Elias Skritchel and Ilklan Leo Showers, Hall of Khans, Katyusha, Stranomakti, 13th of December, 3048.
Inherently, despite perhaps their best efforts, the civilization built by Nicholas Kerensky was designed for more personal achievement than its collective counterpart, which was further tied to making things as difficult as possible to actually acquire, in order to incentivize efficiency. The results varied, but this element of clan life manifested in their trial and bidding systems. And for tackling the Inner Sphere, the enemies they were bound to square off against, the system still applied. All of the clans which still existed in 3048 joined together to sort out what the invasion was going to be. The Grand Kurultai convened not only to assign their new Ilkhan, which was Leo Showers of the clan Smoke Jaguar, it also assembled to decide how their road to revival was to form. The most powerful Crusader clans, Jade Falcon and Smoke Jaguar, had hoped to invade independent of anyone else, believing their two clans alone were to be enough. Clan Coyote's leadership interceded immediately at the public proposal in the Hall of Khans, claiming that 5 clans were necessary to invade. An argument broke out, as Khans and Sakans from each of the clans threw their opinions into the ring to be scrutinized as they collectively fought for consensus. 3 clans seemed to be the magic number, then 4 with 1 reserve. This was where the number finally came to. 4 clans with 1 reserve were to be what was competed for in the great trials to come. Also, interestingly, the clans who were to go were not those who were necessarily the strongest in numbers, but those who could bid best and could fight their way through fair trials to receiving such an honor. The invasion was broken into 4 key theaters, each with important objectives in regards to the invasion. Corridor Alpha would make contact with the newly formed Federated Commonwealth, the combined Steiner-Davion Empire. Beta was to collide with the Federated Commonwealth as well, but also would bite into the fledgling Free Rasalhague Republic. Gamma would strike into the Republic as well, but also would begin cutting into the side of the Draconis Combine. And Delta was to stab into the Dragon exclusively. Alpha and Delta, as far as glory was concerned, were the most prized lanes to acquire, as they would be mostly fighting the AFFC and DCMS, which were regarded more highly than the Kung's army in the Free Rasalhague Republic. Despite this, Beta and Gamma had the greatest opportunity to strike at Terra itself under the right circumstances. All of these factors made each and every one of these avenues of attack incredibly prestigious. To be the heralds of the return of the children of Kerensky, and liberators of the Inner Sphere, and masters of a restored Star League, was not something to be taken lightly by either Crusaders or Wardens, even if the latter clans fundamentally disagreed with some of the concepts behind it. The clans that waged this campaign were to be forever engraved in their remembrance, most assuredly. Before bids or trials were even prepared, the clans most poised to succeed in this endeavor, both as invaders and acquiring the rights to participate, were clans Smoke Jaguar, Jade Falcon, and Ghost Bear. However, in spite of this, one invasion corridor was immediately conceded to one particular clan, despite its warden association. This was because Con Robin Steele of Clan Coyote made the proclamation that they had to ensure that the legacy of Kerensky was a part of the operation to liberate the Inner Sphere, regardless of politics.
Through the blood of Wolf flows the blood of the Kerenskys. It is only right that they participate as the conscience and living soul of the clans.
Con Robin Steele of Clan Coyote to the Clan Grand Council, 3048.
Even if their enemies voted in favor of the proposal, the Wardens wished to see their comrades try to bring sanity to the invasion itself, while their enemies wished to see Clan Wolf be forced to undertake the task of invading the Inner Sphere in order to humiliate them for their resistance. This meant that the remaining clans would now compete for their precious 3 remaining invasion corridor slots, as well as the mobile reserve position, in order to have a chance to grasp at the opportunity to embrace what they believed they were made for, a chance to rebuild the Star League. And for the Crusaders, a chance to become the clan to stand above all others, by becoming the first to take Terra, and becoming the ill clan the Kerensky prophesized. There were unfortunate realities before this all began, however. Most primary amongst them was the issue within Clan Snowraven. Having recently been involved in a brutal engagement with Clan Coyote, and having come up short, the Ravens were in no position to take part in the invasion and had to withdraw their participation in the trials. The other clan that dropped out was most definitely in a position to invade, but chose not to. For Clan Staradder, they had believed that all the other clans had needed to unite their resources to be truly successful, and as a result overbid, deliberately, with offering their entire Tumen, their clan army, to invade. When their calls for unity were ignored, they merely dropped out of the bidding altogether, rejecting invading the Inner Sphere, though they would participate in the trials as an opposing force, once combat was joined later. The Wolves, despite having a guaranteed place within the invasion, did much the same as their Staradder counterparts, agreeing for their forces to act as the OPFOR as well. And now, with the participants decided, it wasn't so simple for the remaining 15 clans to enter into a melee and decide who was going to be the winner. These trials were to be organized, and first required bidding. This process would separate the most reserved elements of the descendants of the Star League Defense Forces from the most determined. The first round of bids took place, with each clan retreating to their own clan councils to determine how they could possibly win, with the most minimal forces. In addition, they had to leave room to bid down further, should their opponents prove too aggressive in the bidding process. The first round had almost no surprises as a whole for those who understood each of their Tumen's capabilities. Things, however, changed in the second round of bidding, dramatically. Clan Bloodspirit, one of the smallest clans, though the one with the most to lose with their homeworld being their only primary holding, made a bid so conservative in this vital round that their peers could view it almost as a form of them submitting. Diamond Shark then came in with a much more aggressive bid that changed the game as well, but 3 other clans flipped the entire process on its head. Con Stephen Tyler of Clan Ice Hellion dropped his bid from almost the entirety of his Tumen, given its small size, to 5 galaxies. Clan Cloud Cobra, which had almost withdrawn from the second round of bidding, matched this bid as well, opting her 5 galaxies, creating almost a new standard for what could be expected for every other clan in this process. Finally, it was Clan Smoke Jaguar that dropped their bid to a mere 4 galaxies, from their prior 11. The competition became so fierce, even before the trials had been waged, several clans almost bowed out. The third round of bidding saw near consensus though, as every clan matched the Jaguars. Though it appears that only 4 galaxies was something that the Ice Hellions were reluctant to go down to. The armies were now set. All that remained were the trials. And these were organized by the only clan which now had a guaranteed place in the invasion. Clan Wolf was to be the one to arrange the combat trials that were to determine who was to receive the highest honors in this new era of the clans. For the fights, each clan was limited to 3 trinaries in totality, and any losses were permanent. Once established, these forces could not be altered. Ideally, only the best warriors of each clan would be represented in the heroic and daring clashes to come. Only the worthiest would be able to carve their names across the stars. You are Smoke Jaguar warriors. None are more fearsome. None are more skilled. Today, we strike down these fire mandrills for the Ill Khan, and secure our destiny as the future Ill Clan. History is with us. Selah! Sakan Sarah Weaver, of Clan Smoke Jaguar, prior to what is popularly dubbed the Trial of Disaster, 3049. Clan Smoke Jaguar had arguably been the most prepared clan for the invasion, along with their Jade, Falcon, and Ghost Bear allies. 3 of the most powerful clans, and all of them being Crusaders, meant that they seemed able to tackle any obstacle that was before them. There was also expectations, with Leo Showers being Ilkhan of the clans, that they would have a strong showing in these important trials. In the first round, Smoke Jaguar managed to clinch multiple important victories in several bouts, pushing themselves to the forefront of their peers, until they clashed with Clan Fire Mandrill in January of 3049, nearing the end of the opening rounds. And this change in fortune was brought about by circumstance, and by a clan never even considered viable for the invasion itself. And Nicholas Kerensky did charge us, the Fire Mandrills, as we have left behind the differences between nations, so we now observe the War of the Clans, of the family. Carry your name, and your names, proudly. The Remembrance, Clan Fire Mandrill, Passage 49, Verse 75, lines 12 through 15. Of all of the clans to strive to join the invasion of the Inner Sphere, Clan Fire Mandrill was an unlikely figure to achieve victory. The biggest reason for this was the internal political divisions within the clan. 3 significant blood names functionally governed the clan, and were the primary pillars of power within the organization, with each group acting on their own collective political ambitions. It's also important to note that these rarely aligned with one another either. The primary respective bloodlines were Sains, Payne, and Faraday. From the very start of their clan, in the Pentagon Wars, these fissures were beginning to form, and constantly hampered the clan from acquiring true glory, or from achieving military or diplomatic power. The functional houses of Sains and Payne began this trend, and it concluded in trials being launched against their own resources frequently, and as much as they were used against external clan opponents. These rivalries then spilled over to the lesser blood names, which created Kindra associations, which then evolved into the Kindrask, and then later into Kindra. Multiple Kindra, which were made up of lesser bloodlines, then pooled their resources together and helped warriors define their own allegiance within the clan. This created a confused web of alliances between various elements of certain minor bloodhouses, and created friction with the larger, established three families. This resulted in, over time, the creation of dozens of factions fighting for supremacy within the state itself. Not every Kindra survived from the inception of the clan in its ways either, and the factionalism within, over the centuries, wore away what had once been amongst the strongest clans created by Kerensky prior to the Golden Age. With Clan Smoke Jaguar providing information regarding Comstar's vessel and the threat of the Inner Sphere, internally, Clan Fire Mandrill almost tore itself apart. The same debate held by Crusaders and Wardens was held within Clan Fire Mandrill. Kindra Sanes stood with the Crusader ideology, whereas Kindra Pain embraced the Warden path. These two powerful Kindras were poised to maim one another, as other Kindras took sides on the issue, only further aggravating this problem. Khan Eudora Pain would need to defend her position against Sakan Naresh Sanes. However, only shortly after beginning these trials, Naresh reached out to Eudora. Clan Fire Mandrill, whether Warden or Crusader, should participate in the invasion regardless. He proposed a grand bargain, that they would set aside the differences of Warden and Crusader until their clan stepped foot on Terra. Then, an honorable trial could be conducted between the two warring sides to determine the righteousness of their cause. Naresh realized that they had been depleting their warriors and diminishing any hope of being unified for the trials ahead. Khan Pain, who neither trusted nor liked her Sakan, was compelled to agree. Kindra Pain was unlikely to rout Kindra Sanes and its allies completely. They were, even if she was reluctant to admit it, stronger together. United, both sides could benefit for the moment. The worst attributes of the clan's Crusaders could be muted as well with careful campaigning and planning, should they invade the Inner Sphere. Together, they could acquire much glory, and both sides might get something of what they wanted, until the Kindras decided, once and for all, where their clan was to stand. Well bargained and done, Naresh. We will settle this when our feet touch the surface of Terra. Until that day, we must be united, Queoth. Though, that can only happen under my leadership. Khan Eudora Pain, January 3049. Despite the near insult his Khan had leveled at him, expecting unwavering loyalty, Naresh agreed, and pulled what kindreds he could to the cause. He had no doubt about his future victory over Eudora, but that time could wait. Delayed gratification was his path to becoming Khan, and one day, Il Khan of the Il Clan. In an effort to unite the three strongest Kindra, Eudora entrusted one trinary of each of their forces for the great trials ahead to the founding families of her clan. Kindras Sane, Pain, and Faraday. They'd been the bedrock of the clan from the very start, and were now to be the heralds of this new age. Their forces were still disjointed, despite their pledges of loyalty, and in the face of the challenge that now loomed large ahead of them, this was a problem that may have proven insurmountable to overcome. The first trials were opened, and the Fire Mandrills found themselves hard-pressed to keep up with their peers in spite of this new arrangement between the Kindras. The most powerful opponents proved to be too much for them frequently, and their forces lost their opening trials against Clan Jade Falcon and Clan Ghostbear. They were already struggling before they were put into conflict with Clan Smoke Jaguar. Fire Mandrill, despite their best efforts, had lost 3 Mechwarriors and 8 mechs throughout the first trial. In an effort to immediately remove them in humiliating fashion, Clan Smoke Jaguar committed 2 full trinaries, led by Sakan Sarah Weaver herself, to their bout against Clan Fire Mandrill in the first round. The Smoke Jaguars had yet to lose either a mech or a Mechwarrior to this point, and had performed superbly. Facing off against the strongest clan in combat so far, it left Payne with the agonizing choice of either matching their forces in this round, which was trying to bully her into submission, or to deploy a smaller force and hope that the smaller numbers were just something worth losing in order to participate further later. Eudora opted to match the Jaguars on the field of battle on Stranomecti, leading her forces personally. The round has so far been favorable to us, as you all know. The Jaguars seek to push us out of the entire trial of placement now, or in the next round. We must have a strong showing here. We must work as one. Do not give the Stravog any time to breathe once we have them. Con Eudora Payne to her forces, just prior to the trial of placement battle against Clan Smoke Jaguar. 3049. What the Fire Mandrills were not aware of, nor were the Smoke Jaguars, was that there was an outside element that was to intercede on the part of the Mandrills. This was not deliberate, as history would eventually show, though only after a great deal of sorrow was felt by the caste deemed responsible for it, within Clan Smoke Jaguar. Several hours prior to the trial, the Jaguars, who had been fighting throughout the day, or preparing themselves for this engagement, ingested nutrients for the key battle to come. Unfortunately, the labor caste who had been servicing these warriors by providing them their food had been provided, by accident, from the merchant caste within Clan Smoke Jaguar, expired rations of an already dubious origin. The Jaguars consumed the foul meal, thinking little of it. Little did they know that the protein within had been compromised by an extremely aggressive form of the Salmonella bacteria. While taking to the field, there was a sense of unease amongst the Jaguar warriors. One of the warriors who had earned his right to participate in this hallowed event, named Trent, complained of a stomach cramp over communications with his star commander only minutes prior to the trial being joined, but was promptly ignored. Ironically, he was specifically told to, quote, cease his belly aching, unquote. Dozens of battle mechs collided in this climactic engagement as observers watched nearby. The trial was also broadcast across the entirety of clan space, with audiences watching the very fate and honor of the two clans from across the Kerensky cluster. In the opening moments of the fight, the Jaguars had the advantage, decapitating a Viper battle mech almost at the speed of light with an ERPPC blast. The Fire Mandrills, normally more aggressive in their tactics, were cowed before the Jaguars as Sarah Weaver relentlessly drove her superior forces into them. Only something happened before victory could be fully secured. Jaguar mechs slowed. Even Sakan Sarah Weaver appeared to have become less graceful in her movements, with her Timberwolf growing unnaturally stiff and starting to sway. For several precious seconds, the Mandrills were confused as the enemy formation seemed disoriented or poorly coordinated. Multiple battlemechs even seemed to stumble in their maneuvers before falling over as this strange effect spread throughout the Jaguars. It rapidly became so bad that the Jaguars were tripping before crashing into the earth as if they were first-time pilots from a Sibco. Not wishing to investigate the full reason as to why and aiming to seize the day, Eudora ordered her forces to deliver the killing blow. The Jaguar mechs tried to put up a fight as they were caught out of position, though some simply stood there, as if dumb to the world. The Fire Mandrills didn't know, but their opponents, to the last warrior, within the entirety of the two trinaries deployed by Clan Smoke Jaguar in this bout, were suffering from acute and vicious food poisoning. Pilots were vomiting within their cockpits, some not even being able to unsecure their neural helmets before the viscous fluid emerged from within their stomachs, filling their helmets vital to allowing them to guide their battle mechs. Unfortunately, paired with this vile affliction, was also explosive expulsions of waste from within their colons. Unable to properly address this, the results within their cockpits were beyond grotesque for the occupants, as many pilots soiled themselves with tremendous force and without any recourse. Mechs were cored, blasted clear through by dedicated attacks by Clan Fire Mandrill Mechwarriors. Some cockpits were blown clean off even. What had started as a rout for the Fire Mandrills was rapidly turning into a complete disaster for Clan Smoke Jaguar. Sakan Sarah Weaver's Timberwolf was not spared either, as it suffered several critical ammunition explosions, before the battle mech plunged into the ground as a burning hulk. The explosions, as well as the fall, incapacitated the co-leader of the clan. It was found later, much to her clan's shame, that she died from choking on vomit after being knocked unconscious within her cockpit. So confused and in disarray were the Jaguars, they struggled to even surrender. Several Mechwarriors did eject as their attempts to defend themselves evaporated, though the majority were either trapped or killed within their disabled or destroyed machines. By the end of the battle, the Jaguars had lost all 30 of their machines, with 18 pilots killed in action, including Sakan Sarah Weaver, and the other 12 pilots all suffering injuries. The Mandrills, by contrast, lost 2 mechs and 1 pilot. The reversal of fortune could not be any more stark. In the aftermath of the battle, the Fire Mandrills managed to stave off defeat in the second round, before securing one of the coveted lanes of the invasion. Their confidence was boosted, and one of the most successful clans in the homeworlds was entirely eliminated in one putrid battle, by an opponent no one expected. Eudora Payne was elevated amongst her warriors for this success, and for being the only Khan to command her forces directly in battle. For Clan Smoke Jaguar, however, the story was much different. The defeat was so absolute and so humiliating that Ilkhan Leo Showers was taken aback and diminished before the council. Clan Smoke Jaguar could not move forward, and were eliminated in the first round of the trials. While he managed to maintain his recently elected position, it was now a position with a long shadow cast over it. The labor caste was brutally purged for having, quote, sabotaged, unquote, the brave warriors of the clan. When the merchants were discovered to have been involved as well, they too faced brutal reprisals. In total, nearly 40% of the clan's labor caste was killed as the Jaguars and their watch sought to purge any subversive elements from within, while over half of the merchant caste was killed too. Ironically, the watch did determine that the poisoning had not been born of malice, but incompetence, though this made little difference. This economically crippled Clan Smoke Jaguar, and created more distrust from their lower castes than they had ironically possessed before, creating conditions that the warriors did not find to their liking in the years to come. The darkness is behind us. The light is ahead. Strive toward it, for this is the way. Said our founder, Nicholas, be ever vigilant and rely on your strengths. Faith, which preserves us. Knowledge, which gives us power. Understanding, which lets us know our foes. Courage, which lets us face the darkness without fear. The Remembrance, Clan Cloud Cobra, Passage 10, Verse 9, Lines 1 through 10. Unique by most metrics of clan society, Clan Cloud Cobra is perhaps one of the strangest entities amongst the children of Kerensky. The founder of the clan had a tendency to detest certain elements of human society, and religion appears to have been among one of the many things he targeted. Much like family was made an exemption, though, in Clan Ghostbear, the Cloud Cobras became home to religious institutions that predated Nicholas's ideology specifically. The first Khan, Habib, solidified this within the clan from very early on, resulting in Clan Cloud Cobra even having their system of great cloisters. These entities are to help the clan in its interpretation and implementation of what they call the Way. Ironically, however, by the time of the 31st century, it could be argued that the Cobras themselves had indeed lost their way. In 3048, Clan Cloud Cobra, like several other clans, was a clan divided, despite public appearances attempting to show the contrary. Much like their peers in Clan Fire Mandrill, two camps had formed, those who supported the Crusader cause and those who supported the Warden cause. This conflict was far from recent, but it had grown as the decades had passed, especially after the Dragoon Compromise. This had been brushed under the rug by the leadership, however, as the Khan and Sakan would always have a unified vision of the Way, at least publicly. This ended, though, after the arrival of the Outbound Light, as the division spilled into the public's view. Khan Din Steiner resolutely supported the Warden cause, to such an extent that he refused to prosecute any invasion of the Inner Sphere, at least at first. He also specifically rebuked any warrior who came to him with the demand or suggestion of attacking the sphere. By contrast, Sakan-laden Habib believed that the Way meant following the Jaguar Khan back to their distant home in the Inner Sphere. This dynamic changed on the council floor, though, after Leo Showers displayed the dire threat that the Inner Sphere was, or could become. That was when Din Steiner reluctantly switched his support to intervention inside of the Inner Sphere, rather than continuing to be a proper warden. Seeing the discord still rife within the clan, Din Steiner almost withdrew his clan from the process altogether, after the bids had been determined. One issue was, and it was something not mentioned before the council or their own warriors, that his clan in its current state was very lacking in the size and capabilities of its tumen at the cluster level. Even Sakan Habib, a crusader by nature, understood quickly the limitations of the clan, even if the rank and file could not. Choosing to strike at the Inner Sphere would have left them very much exposed, in much the same way that the Snow Ravens were. Fate's wheel turned, though, as a meeting took place in spite of these reservations between Khan Din Steiner and Khan Ulrich Kerensky of Clan Wolf in January of 3049, just as the Cobras were beginning to enact their leaving of the Trials of Placement. Though the full context of the contents of this conversation is lost to history, it is believed that Kerensky expressed his concern that the primary clans that would be invading, outside of his own, were to be the most powerful Crusader clans. Whatever the full story, Din Steiner did not withdraw Clan Cloud Cobra from the trials after this audience, despite appearing reluctant over staying within the trials. They were to, in fact, continue the fight. Cloud Cobra had bid aggressively in the final round, if only due to the fact that their clan could barely sustain a commitment of 4 galaxies in attack, and certainly couldn't do so while defending their enclaves. Their participation in the Trials of Placement was a fierce affair, coming out strong in the first round of trials, only managing to lose their engagements with clans Smoke Jaguar and Jade Falcon. When the Jaguars were utterly vanquished by the Fire Mandrills in what was an extreme upset, it created opportunity in the eyes of the Cobra's warriors. Their most significant win in the second round, too, had the shocking effect of a one-sided victory over a meaningful portion of Clan Diamond Shark's warriors. The final battle in the second round of placements also had the Cobras finish off Clan Blood Spirit's element as well. though their backs had been broken prior to this trial, and their engagement in it had already been very limited. In the third and final round of the trials, the real upset came when Clan Ghostbear, despite doing well in every single battle they'd placed in, found themselves eliminated from proceedings through a series of technicalities, and due to issues with their bid in the invasion as a whole, bidding mildly conservatively, though not quite properly matching their peers, and having made several errors throughout the trials as a whole. In the finale of it all, they managed to overtake the Cloud Cobras in battle, but inevitably were ranked behind the likes of even Clan Steel Viper. Much to the surprise of the Cobras, the final rankings were in their favor. In fact, they had achieved enough throughout these trials to be in third place overall, giving them the Gamma Corridor. This meant that the final standings in total, as of the end of the Trials of Placement, were thus. Clan Jade Falcon had earned the honor of the Alpha Corridor. Clan Wolf had been given the honor of the Beta Corridor. Clan Cloud Cobra earned the right of the Gamma Corridor. And Clan Fire Mandrill had scraped their way to being given the Delta Corridor. Clan Steel Viper had made it high enough to be given the consideration of being a reserve clan, while Goliath Scorpion overperformed, to their own surprise, and challenged for the right to be a second reserve clan. The Scorpions went on to acquire this honor. Unfortunately for Clan Cloud Cobra, though, there was an inescapable problem this victory had crafted for them, one which their leadership had known about before competing so vigorously for the honor. They had been technically dishonest in their capabilities, and now had to take galaxies to war that were hollow shells of what they had been meant to be. Many other clans' invading forces had been comprised of very powerful formations for their 4 inherent galaxies in the invasion. These were usually comprised of fully equipped, strong clusters, with more than 3 being the norm per galaxy. In order to match their bid in the most authentic way currently possible, Clan Cloud Cobra had to divide their stronger clusters into smaller elements. Instead of their units being comprised of 5 binaries and trinaries, they were frequently made up of 3 binaries. Each galaxy had a strong core, in that 1 or 2 of the 5 stated clusters were being given maximum strength assets, but the other clusters within, at least until the clan in theory could graduate more warriors and could produce or acquire more mechs and aerospace fighters, only had the smaller complement. This would prove to be a challenge for the Cobras, even as their flock saw that the way had been made open to them. Clan Cloud Cobra was to strike at the inner sphere to save the clans and perhaps even humanity. The Wolves had an ally, even if it was a conflicted one, on their flank. A second Warden clan, at least as far as the Khan's ideology, and the ideology of a slight majority of the clan's population's beliefs, was on hand. Despite everything seeming settled, however, all was not as it appeared to be, because the permanence of the selection was not nearly as permanent as one might have imagined, as Clan Jade Falcon was to prove.
The Ice Hellions have overstepped themselves. They believe that they were somehow cheated from their opportunity to partake in the great honor that only the most prestigious clans have won. We will descend on them as a falcon hunts its prey, striking from the skies with lightning and precision. This will clear our name and honor, all while cementing us yet more glory. We are the only clan brave enough to risk all in order to teach these Desgra envious incompetents their place, and that is beneath the wings of Clan Jade Falcon. Elias Critchell, 3049, on the day of the trial of possession by Clan Ice Hellion, Ironhold.
A favorite for the entirety of the trials of participation, Clan Jade Falcon demonstrated its full fury during the competition. From the first rounds of the fights until the very last, The Falcons had the cleanest record overall, save for one small incident, and only struggled in the face of fierce opponents such as the Wolves, Star Adders, and Ghost Bears. The former two participated in the trials, but did not benefit from them per se, with Clan Ghost Bear being eliminated due to a combination of poor bids and several other technicalities pushing them out of the top performing clans, and with Clan Smoke Jaguar being humiliated due to an unproven sabotage event in the first round. Of the three clans most instrumental in pushing for their civilization to invade the Inner Sphere, the only one that remained was Clan Jade Falcon. The Falcons had switched Khans during this process. Khan Elias Krishel was an experienced replacement in the role. Elias's allies had been found wanting by comparison, but the Falcons were to have the greatest honor. They were to become the Ilkhan, after all. Nothing could stop that now, at least in their eyes. But this hadn't been as clean as the Falcons would have liked, despite appearances to the contrary, as their near-spotless record had a blemish that was to haunt them. Notably, during the trials, the Jade Falcons, known for their strict adherence to Zelbringen, had made several errors in one particular engagement. Clan Ice Hellion had descended upon them in a high-stakes round, striking out viciously as they fought for their own place in Operation Revival. During the chaos and confusion, the Jade Falcons broke Zelbringen, by accident, before blasting the other force off the field. This defeat marked the end of the Ice Hellions' participation in the tournament, and it marked the end of their ambitions to become Ilkhan. Or at least it should have. Khan Steven Tyler was enraged by what had taken place. His clan had done well so far, but being so thoroughly annihilated in the third round of fighting meant they were not able to be considered for a place at the table. Putting more fuel to the fire, even outside observers had openly stated and noted that the victory over Clan Ice Hellion was a tainted one. Gershel, however, brushed these comments aside, stating that not all trials could be perfect, and even went as far as to blame the Ice Hellions' tactics of deliberately sowing confusion, claiming that they were Desgra in the process, as a key reason for the mistake that resulted in the breakdown of traditions. This argument caused a bit of a backlash, in the form of Khan Steven Tyler immediately issuing a trial of grievance against him, but it remained unaccepted, as Krishel had more important things to consider. Why would he accept such a thing anyway? It wasn't as if the Ice Hellions were in a position to do much about it, after all. Though, Ice Hellion, it turned out, was amongst the most aggressive clans in the entirety of the homeworlds. Their Khans were not merely going to stand by and allow this travesty to go unanswered. Fortunately for them, other clans quietly offered the Ice Hellions sympathy for their stolen trial in the aftermath, though perhaps more than a few offered them support due to their disdain of Clan Jade Falcon. This, unbeknownst to the Falcon's leadership, was a recipe for disaster. I saw the moment they broke Zelbringen. How can the Jade Falcons represent the dreams of the father of the clans and the hope of our people when they cannot even fight honorably? Our Trothkin won't let this injustice stand. Zakan Danielle Liant, to the Ice Hellions Clan Council, 1349. With support for their grievance coming before the council meeting from other clans such as Hell's Horses, Fire Mandrill, Ghost Bear, Blood Spirit, and Diamond Shark, on the grounds of their honor having been tarnished, and on the grounds of the Falcon's win being viewed as possibly tainted, the Ice Hellions boldly challenged Clan Jade Falcon on the Grand Council's floor to a trial of possession for their claimed corridor in the invasion. They stated that this was truly theirs, and that they had been deprived by the cheating of Clan Jade Falcon. Any reasonable warrior knew the Ice Hellions, at best, were going to win a reserve status like the Goliath Scorpions or Steel Vipers, but the reality of the uncertain nature of Jade Falcon's crushing victory over them made the bid have all the more gravitas.
My fellow Khans, I reject the challenge put forth by Khan Tyler on the basis that it has no grounds to be made. I also reject it for the good of the clans as a whole. If we were to accept, would not the other winners of the trials be in jeopardy as well? What precedent would this set? Do you wish to see chaos? Do you truly believe the Ice Hellions would have won in our place?
You reject it on the grounds that it is baseless? Do you hear yourself and your excuses? Your warriors broke Zelbringen and brought disgrace to the clans and our ways. For a Jade Falcon to spit such contempt for our traditions is truly a low I did not think I would live to see. Accept this trial, Jade Falcon, or accept that a war will emerge between our clans, and it is one that you and your free births will not win, even if it is fought with even a shred of honor you claim to have.
The exchange between Khans Elias Critchell and Khan Stephen Tyler, the Grand Council Hall, Strainamekti, 3049.
The dispute ended up going to an open vote. Such was the importance, and such was the grievance between the two sides, despite no trial of grievance being issued in this immediate instance. Khan Tyler wasn't sure he could defeat Critchell in combat at this point, and didn't want to take the chance on it, while Critchell himself was wary of putting this to something so uncertain, though neither man accused the other of cowardice in this realm. Clans Cloud Cobra, Wolf, Coyote, Blood Spirit, Hell's Horses, Novacat, and Star Adder stated that Clan Jade Falcon did not need to defend their honor. This was to the surprise of Elias Critchell, because the Wolves had come to his clan's defense, which was said to make him visibly look at Ulrich Kerensky with a split-second look of shock. Steel Viper, Smoke Jaguar, Snow Raven, Fire Mandrill, Ghost Bear, Burrock, Diamond Shark, and Goliath Scorpion voted that the Falcons, in fact, did need to accept the trial. But the council split, and before the Ilkhan of the clans could weigh in, Elias Critchell came forward, claiming that for the good of the clans, and to clear his state's honor, and to prove the claims put against his warriors were misguided, Clan Jade Falcon would accept the challenge. This had not been what Elias had wanted, but it prevented a political setback in the Ground Council, and it was also to preserve the honor of his warriors. It was, of course, a calculated risk as well. Clan Jade Falcon had all of the advantages in the upcoming fight. Their warriors were a step above anything the Ice Hellions were able to deploy, and this would be yet another triumph he could hold above the other clans. Clan Jade Falcon not only fought and won for its position in Operation Revival, but it would defend its right to invade as well. Upon their inevitable victory, none would be able to claim to be as successful as them. Given the Jaguars had sided against them, Critchell even thought to challenge for the Ilkhanship once this new honor had been bestowed upon his clan. It would be fitting, given his clan were to be conquerors, and Leo Shower's clan were little better than sewer-dwelling, mange-riddled stray cats in his eyes at this point. The trial was to take place on Ironhold, upon Critchell's request. A trinary of mechs would challenge another trinary of mechs, with both sides having no aerospace support. Stephen Tyler also apparently stepped into trouble when he decided that all participants would deploy from dropships, and this wasn't specified in what way or how after the battlefield was decided upon. The location on Ironhold was selected by the Hellions, which was the Stites Plains, for historic reasons. By all metrics, the battle was in Jade Falcon's favor. Sakan Tumor Malthus was to be the commanding officer defending their honor. They had the home field advantage, and their mechs were broadly superior to the Ice Hellions materially. Better yet, due to the wording of the trial, they had opted to arrive by 3 broadsword dropships, in order to rapidly converge on the Ice Hellions before they could mount a defense. Other clans which had placement in Operation Revival had observers on the field too, ensuring that this particular trial was fought honorably and fairly. On March 18th, 3049, finally, the two sides faced off. A 100-kilometer radius battle space was put into place. Once forces entered this area, they were fair game. The exception being that the dropships themselves were invalid targets and wouldn't be participating directly. Being led by Sakan Danielle Lient, the Ice Hellions dropship came down first, near the center of the battlefield, intent on pushing its strength in one direction, fast, in order to overwhelm the Falcons, now that their multiple entry points were obvious. 3 dropships swept in, moving in a tight formation. Later records would show that the primary pilot of the dropship Steel Feather likely suffered a severe medical disruption in the form of a stroke. Their co-pilot, panicking and trying to check in on their comrade, ignored their controls as well, creating a catastrophic failure. The dropship ahead of them, Falcon's Dawn, began to turn, their momentum dwindling as they did. This was in fact the maneuver where the 3 vessels were to scatter, and instead, Feather collided with Dawn. Both ships' mass entered into a twisted contortion before they were sent into hopeless death spirals, as pieces of the 2 dropships were scored off or crushed by the impact. Much of the front of Steel Feather had been smashed, killing both pilots in the process, and annihilating any hope of changing course. Its hulk nosedived into the surface, before exploding as volatile materials on board were set off by the crash and multiple onboard fires. All hands were lost. Falcon's Dawn suffered an equally horrid fate, with its engines being entirely inoperable as well as most of its avionics. It exploded above the ground due to the critical nature of the damage it had received to its engines, killing everyone on board. Sakan Timur Malthus was amongst the dead in the latter's case. It is noted the final dropship, the Talon, broadcast that the trial had been disrupted by outside errors, and they would need to stall until further notice. But this was disputed, with cause, by Sakan Lient, who noted, and expressed to all observing parties, that the dropships had crashed within the 100-kilometer battle space of the selected area, and that it stood as part of the trial. This mockery of clan justice was unfortunately technically correct and confirmed. Star Captain Nikolai Malthus was left in the unenviable position of being in command of this disaster. Dropping with his star in a new defensible location, he fortified his unit as best he could from the oncoming assault. The Ice Hellions were forced into a frontal engagement, where the Falcons had higher ground and a defensible position at the edge of the plains themselves. From within his summoner, Malthus dispatched 3 enemy mechs, including getting the confirmed kill on Sakan Lient herself, blasting the head of her ice ferret clean from the chassis before his own battle mech was brought down by an enemy Viper. All totaled, the Jade Falcons, who were defeated in this battle, saw 1 pilot die of their 5, but all mechs were lost. The Ice Hellions, for their trouble, lost 13 battle mechs and 4 pilots, including their leader. Had the trial gone as Khan Elias had intended, had it gone as planned, it would have been the devastating wipeout many had anticipated. Instead, the Ice Hellions carried the day, and with their victory came the greatest reward imaginable. They had acquired that which they truly deserved, and it was to be they who challenged and conquered the Federated Commonwealth. The observers, of course, noted the horrendous performance of the Ice Hellions in this tragic display of legalism for clan trials. The results were not confidence-inspiring in the clan that was to now take the place of the Jade Falcons. For the vanquished Falcons themselves, this spelled for political chaos. The death of the Sakan was one thing, but the loss of their invasion corridor created open bitterness, especially towards the clans that had sided against them in the clan council. and especially towards Clan Ice Hellion. Khan Krishel himself would also be forced to defend his position, and would be forced to distract his warriors if he wanted to hold on to power. This created a toxic mixture of resentment, anger, and hatred for the system within the clan, and for their peers. But for now it was seemingly settled. Clan Ice Hellion was to be the tip of the spear of Operation Revival.
You have failed our clan and everything it stands for. Years of preparations squandered. And for what? Unity? We have lost our opportunity, and there is no unity in sight, not even within our own clan. Operation Revival has been grievously wounded by our simply standing by. And you have also deprived our warriors of the chance of a lifetime to write our names across the stars. That is why I challenge you, Cassius and Buta, for the title of Khan. And it is why I have the support of this council to do so. Star Colonel Drake Graves, April 2nd, 3049. The Star Adder Council, Sheridan.
Elias Krishel was prophetic in his warning only months earlier. Once one clan changed its fortunes, it meant that others would follow suit, or at least would try if they were in a position to do so. The most significant surprise was not that this happened, but rather that this behavior did not emerge from the now embarrassed Clan Smoke Jaguar, namely due to it being in turmoil after their pitiful elimination, but instead, it originated from Clan Star Adder. Khan Cassius Nabuta and Sakan Tabitha Paik were once regarded highly in general for their leadership within the clan, but in deliberately opting to not invade the Inner Sphere, they had deprived their warriors of something they'd been preparing for decades. For many of their warriors, their proposed unity was now a mere fantasy, which in the face of this reality, it was viewed as a betrayal and a burden. Unfortunately for those discontents, though, there was no choice but to fall in line once the decision was made. Even a change in leadership would not alter the now solidified choice to pull out of Operation Revival's trials. This left many of the most ambitious in a quiet, brooding anger, even as far-sighted glories were promised. Because when was that to even take place? For these denied warriors, especially younger officers within the clan, they saw their entire careers ahead of them as nothing but low-level squabbling over the homeworlds. The windows of their futures would close before they could truly prove themselves. And that said nothing of the fact that they had been deprived of the opportunity to return to the Inner Sphere and to Terra in order to restore the Star League. Decades of preparation were now lost. The answers from above them were not satisfying to them. But then, these Rystars and young warriors were given something to grasp onto. The Ice Hellions challenged for an invasion corridor placement, in spite of not truly placing for it. Star Colonel Drake Graves, someone many considered a Rystar inside of the clan, had begun to build a consensus around him within days of the Ice Hellion victory, promising his blood-named peers an opportunity for glory in the Inner Sphere. He knew they couldn't possibly challenge for the invasion corridor as the Hellions had, but there were ways and means of involving themselves. Drake promised his followers that should he become Khan, he would have Clan Star Adder snatch a reserve slot from their lesser-regarded peers, either the Steel Vipers or the Goliath Scorpions, depending on which presented the best opportunity. He did not express how this promise was to be fulfilled, only that it would be. It only took a few weeks for their ranks to swell, as the Khan and Sakan were left almost oblivious to the mutiny forming in their ranks until it reached a critical juncture. The new cabal quickly manifested itself on Sheridan, where political tensions had risen to a fever pitch. Fights broke out between blood-named warriors as the Crusader clan almost began to fracture. Trials against non-conforming warriors became routine as fresh grievances were awakened, and it was becoming clear that these trials were being launched against Nabuta's supporters, his power base. Realizing the ground was shifting beneath him, Cassius called the clan council, intending on confronting the rising movement as quickly as possible. Within their hall, though, he found 2/3 of his own warriors, the most dedicated and diehard of Crusaders, were now turning against his leadership. Demands for his resignation fell on him like a wave of noise, as the Star Colonel that had united the disgruntled into his mob openly challenged him in a demand for a new leader. A trial of grievance quickly resulted, and unaugmented combat was chosen for the means of settling the issue. The personal combat between the two men was vicious to say the least, but youth seized the advantage over experience in this case, and Graves killed Nabuta, beating his superior to death in the trial. With the full support of the warriors within the hall behind him, they delivered a thunderous roar of approval upon his victory. Seeing the grisly results, Sakan Tabitha Pake concluded that she too had no support, and resigned as Nabuta's body was taken out of the hall. She warned that Graves would take the clan down the road of dishonor, should his plans be fulfilled. The words rang hollow to the audience, who went on to nominate Star Colonel Raziel Lefebvre as their new Sakan. The other young officer was considered to be one of the most hardline supporters of Graves' policies herself. After these appointments, and after a clear demonstration of victory, ironically, unity and consensus were once more restored within Clan Staradder. Con Graves, with his clear mandate through his rise to power and by vanquishing his predecessor, opted to immediately move the clan towards a hostile footing. Foolishly, he openly sent word to both Clan Goliath Scorpion and Steel Viper with his intentions to challenge for their reserve slots. Given the strength of the Adder's performance during the trials of participation, this was unceremoniously shot down, and a briefly held Grand Council meeting, with most cons arriving via remote hologram, rather than being in person, immediately dismissed the claim to any position in the invasion. It was unanimous even. The two cons of Clan Staradder were more than bitter about this deplorable obstacle, though that did not curb or end their ambitions. It should be noted that Ilkhan Leo Showers had attempted to enforce the idea that clans should not predate on or challenge other clans during the opening stages of Operation Revival. However, he did not have the political power or prestige, with his own clan's miserable decline, to enforce the rules in an official manner, and pushing the issue further may have caused an issue to his Ilkhanship. Instead, it was broadly agreed upon in spirit by the cons of the council, but not so wholeheartedly as to prevent incidents from breaking out. This political failure only further enticed the Staradder cons to continue upon the path that they had laid out, and it encouraged others as well. While initially as naive as they were enterprising, Graves and Lefebvre quickly realized something in the aftermath of this failed takeover, a hole in the logic behind the invasion. If Goliath Scorpion or Steel Viper were unwilling to give up their positions, what if they were forced to by other means? If there simply were no meaningful forces to participate on behalf of one of these clans, they could be forced to concede. Graves knew that the Steel Vipers were significantly more powerful than the Goliath Scorpions, having twice as many clusters, and so the latter were to be their prey. However, during this planning, it was Sakan Raziel who brought up an interesting point. Clan Steel Viper had more enemies. Enemies that had their own internal political issues to be exploited. Before the end of April 3049, Con Graves met in private with Con Krishel on Ironhold. The embattled Con of Clan Jade Falcon had survived 2 attempts on his throne thus far, and the clan was seemingly prepared to continue its own internal bloodletting. This could be redirected though, and there was one enemy outside of Clan Wolf that the Falcons despised and who Graves was intent on stealing from, and that was Clan Steel Viper. The two clans are recorded as discussing mutual interests in the weakening of the Reserve Clan, though Graves never pitched this as him attempting to steal their reserve slot for his own clan, but rather to empower both clans in the Kerensky cluster. They both, after all, needed to display their strength. Krishel, who needed an enemy for his clan to vent their frustrations on, agreed to the plan, now that his forces had been cast out of Revival. Apparently, the Falcons' leader also still believed his clan might have had an opportunity to join the invasion as a latent reserve clan, should the attack on the Inner Sphere be a botch, which it most certainly was going to be in his eyes, especially given some of the language in their discussion. Fighting the Steel Vipers in a power struggle in the Kerensky cluster and Pentagon worlds, apparently, was a key way of rebuilding his clan's credibility, in addition to concealing his own failures. Before the end of May, the Adder and Falcon mutual trials of possession would be launched on the Vipers. What Krishel didn't realize was the full scale of the intended Star Adder assault. The Jade Falcons were to make the first move, something they were more than pleased to do. Their role in this grim bargain, though, was to be that of an unknowing patsy. The Vipers, unfortunately, had no idea that this twin-pronged assault was coming to their holdings across the homeworlds. Clan Jade Falcon, while they did not strike with the full force of their tumen, dedicated elements of their frontline galaxies to hit multiple enclaves of the Steel Vipers. With the majority of Clan Steel Viper already preparing for its departure to the Inner Sphere as the Mobile Reserve, their response to the intense raids, and even the seizure of assets by multiple Clan Jade Falcon strikes, left their reactions lagging as they tried to determine what exactly was happening. With their second-line formation swinging towards the Falcons' incursion to protect their jeopardized enclaves, and to make their long-term rival pay, a tsunami of Star Adder forces struck at their fellow snakes, biting into them with their fangs poised to deliver the killing blow. Graves knew exactly where to cause maximum effect. The trials launched across Viper enclaves were aimed towards seizing Sibcos, mech and weapon stockpiles, and otherwise inflicting maximum damage on the Reserve Clan. These areas of interest, now impoverished in regards to their defenses, fell in rapid succession. The only locations of vital importance to the Vipers that the Adders deliberately didn't attack appear to have been their gene repositories. But this was due to Graves' plan. This omission was a form of negotiation. By not destroying everything, and leaving an opening for recovery for their victims, the Steel Vipers may have become more receptive to what the Star Adders truly wanted, a trial of possession for their reserve status. This vicious campaign only lasted a few months, later becoming known as the Deception Trials, due to the Adders' duplicitous alliance and objective. Clans were supposed to fight with honor and fight fairly, and the Adders were decidedly fighting only for their own advancement, in the face of the clan's traditional sense of honor. The conclusions to this strategy, though, bore fruit. Between fighting the Jade Falcons and the Star Adders, the Vipers, in spite of fighting valiantly, were unable to hold on. Whole clusters vanished from their Tumen's order of battle, and swathes of Sibcos were stolen by the Star Adders. As the campaign progressed, it became increasingly clear that Con Natalie Breen would be forced into some form of submission. Before summer, in order to stop the Star Adders' side of the assault, the ones stealing her clan's future, she agreed to a trial of possession for the reserve status without even consulting the Grand Council. The battle was a foregone conclusion. Before July of 3049, Clan Steel Viper lost their reserve status to Clan Star Adder. The Vipers in the aftermath were now able to focus the full strength of their Tumen to their own survival, and their seemingly life-or-death struggle against Clan Jade Falcon, their traditional rival. All had gone according to the Star Adder's plan, leaving everyone else behind with the mess to clean up.
I saw the wisdom in our partnership with the clans when Primus Waterley set us on this path, but now I question her line of thinking. I question what the point was, given the results. Was it simply to see the destruction of the Draconis Combine? From a private conversation between Anastasius Vogt and an unnamed precentor, December 3050.
While turmoil racked the homeworlds in regards to the deception trials, the main invasion fleet had been amassed and began the long journey towards the home place of mankind, with the hopes and dreams of bringing about the restoration of the Star League. The first obstacle in their path was the Oberon Confederation and the surrounding lawless, pirate-riddled regions. This proved to be almost no obstacle, although there were some brief moments of true resistance that emerged. They were but flashes in the pan. The most notable engagement being on the Rock, where the Kellhound's 3rd Battalion fought and was destroyed by Clan Wolf. Failing Kell, the son of the unit's leader, Morgan Kell, was taken as a bondsman by the clan in question. These battles in the latter portion of 3049, however, were the mere precursors for what was to come across the campaign. It is noteworthy that during this time, 1%er Vogt met with the clans, as Comstar immediately realized the historic nature of these attacks, and struck a deal, an alliance of sorts, with the clan invaders. Comstar was to help the clans by limiting intersphere communications, all while being given much of the governing responsibility of conquered worlds. This more than fit into Leo Shower's worldview, especially given that Nicholas Kerensky had predicted remnants of the Star League would support the eventual liberation of the Inner Sphere. Comstar appeared to be friends of the clans, even if that relationship was as of the moment imperfect. This bargain, sadly, struck by Ilkhan Leo Showers and Comstar, was not to last very long in truth. Despite the benefits to the invaders, the only ones to truly observe it were the clans which had been the most reluctant to invade in the first place. This mistake was to haunt the clans in the years that followed, as this new relationship degraded and wore away quickly. In March of 3050, the first assaults descended into the Inner Sphere proper, striking at 2 of the great houses, Steiner and Kurita, as well as the fledgling state of the Free Rasalhague Republic. The attacks caught the defenders entirely by surprise, and this was only further compounded by slowed communications by Comstar, further aiding the attackers. The great houses only fully understood the scale and scope of these strikes entering into their realm once multiple planets had been lost. To the invaders, they found worlds of abundance now falling into their hands. The full comparative splendor of the wealth here was unheard of for most of the clan warriors, even on these relatively unproductive worlds within the Inner Sphere. There was little time to celebrate such prosperity, however, as their campaigns pressed forwards. Each quickly faced their own struggles, their own burdens in this now life-or-death struggle for supremacy across the Inner Sphere.
The nation faces a threat like nothing it has seen in hundreds of years. We have precious little time to adapt to the challenge that these creatures, these fire mandrills, poses. Should we fail to do so, then we will lose everything, including our future. Gunji no Kanre Theodore Kurita, August 3050.
In the last weeks of February 3050, the first strikes came from the Fire Mandrills on the Draconis Combine and Free Rasalhague Republic. They took Santander and Porthos from the Rasalhagers first, and opened up the gateway to strike at Richmond. a major Combine world in their path. This was the first true test that the Fire Mandrills were to face, if only because it required both Crusader-aligned forces and Warden-aligned forces to confront the DCMS garrison on World. It was a test of unity that Khan and Sakan had espoused up until this point. Importantly, Khan Payne chose for Sakan Sains to be the commander of this operation, letting her own Kindra know it was her choice to do so. The first Alshane regulars were the planet's professional defenders, and they did indeed fight valiantly in the face of the clan's assault, clinging on to the last man in a series of actions where the Fire Mandrills held the advantage due to their skill and technology. This was the first of many successes for the Mandrills. Idlewind fell next, then Schwartz, as the DCMS was completely overwhelmed by the Mandrill advances. The Fire Mandrills had brought the majority of their Tumen with them on the invasion. Being among the smaller clans, this meant that their planned assault needed to be very carefully managed. While most other clans opted to have a wave-based invasion strategy, the Mandrills instead intended a leapfrog advance. This meant pushing their own forces as hard as possible. This would prove to be problematic at several points of the campaign, but it meant that the entirety of their forces became battle-hardened, and quite quickly. The mix of units from various Kindras during their attacks, too, inspired more unity than infighting, as the clan became increasingly determined the more they fought, rather than demoralized. Throughout 3050, the DCMS experienced no victories to speak of. Major defeats at Turtle Bay and Shaplefield saw the DCMS's localized forces completely crushed, with multiple regiments lost. Worse for the Combine yet, Kurita Horihiro, the eldest son of the Gunji no Kanri, and second in line to the throne of the Combine, was killed in action on Hanover in July, when elements of Kindra Sains cut off the DCMS's route of escape. While the mustered soldiery fought valiantly, and fought in ways that the Fire Mandrills found dishonorable to make their escape, it mattered little in the end. One Star Colonel Garrett Sains was elevated to the rank of Kindra leader for his victory on Hanover, and became the clear contender for either the next Khan or Sakan within the clan. It was in the wake of this victory that several units were forced to retreat into the rear of the advancing Mandrill lines, as rebellions broke out across multiple worlds. These uprisings, ironically, did much to harden the hearts of the Warden Kindras within the clan, and included the heart of Khan Eudora Payne, who was nearly killed in a car bomb blast near their makeshift headquarters on Kudu. Harsh reprisals were carried out against saboteurs and other agents of chaos, as the Mandrill's Watch and Salhama units were unleashed on a dozen planets. This slowing of the Fire Mandrill's advance, however, did not cease their march. In fact, the Mandrills during the first year of the invasion strongly outpaced their other clan rivals, even Clan Wolf. By the end of 3050, they had pushed all the way to Echo, and were poised to threaten Kandahar. While towards Terra, their forces had arrived at Outer Volta, making their thrust in this direction beginning to open up opportunities to strike at the very heart of the Dragon. But this is where the Fire Mandrill's Blitz offensive ran out of steam. At the end of 3050, and while the Dragon had been grievously wounded, political choices were made to free up some of their troops to engage the clan over the coming year. Any price would be paid for victory now, and the Fire Mandrills, while not a spent force, would be pushed to their most extreme limits in the year to come.
It took centuries for us to take hold of our own destiny. These invaders, these monsters, won't be allowed to steal that from us. Rasalhague will now, and forever, remain free of tyranny.
Attributed to Hakon Magnusson, 3051, after the Battle of Jeresko. Whereas Clan Fire Mandrill took off extremely aggressively, and to great effect against the Draconis Combine, Clan Cloud Cobra found itself in a far less enviable position. To begin with, the logistical problems the clan faced were clear even before the invasion pushed into Rasalhague space, the primary region where they were set to do battle. More unfortunate still, their clusters and galaxies were extremely thin, and there was a real concern that their meager defenses left in the homeworlds would be unable to hold onto significant portions of their enclaves. Still, these undersized, barely adequately supplied units were now going to be tasked with taking and holding much of an entire major interstellar nation. Similar to clans Wolf and Ice Hellion, they'd formed their plan of attack into proper waves, with each advance being planned methodically from the start. Wave 1 was to come in from multiple attack angles, from the periphery's edge, and then Wave 2 was to begin making immediate headway into the Republic's soft outer shell, before Waves 3 and 4 began to consume the nation from within. The progress needed to prevent their opponent from properly responding was very much on the faster side of things, and this was going to be yet another sticking point for their operations. From their staging grounds in the periphery, Wave 1 crashed into a half-dozen worlds almost all at once, and this is where things quickly became apparent that the Cobras, even in comparison to the Fire Mandrills, had forces that were at best stretched too thin. Delta Galaxy's 84th Cobra Fang struck at Scalevol, issuing a bachal to the local Rasalhagian garrison. This was in total several militia-level regiments, as well as a mercenary battalion known as the Glory Warriors. One of the biggest issues that became all too apparent to anyone who paid attention was that the 84th Cobra Fang was ill-suited to this job in terms of the forces it had available to it. First of all, a Fang formation inside of Clan Cloud Cobra would have typically been built out of 3 aerospace trinaries and 1 ground trinary, and in this instance, it was comprised of 3 aerospace binaries and 1 ground binary, due to the Cobra's need to fit certain requirements. The 84th had been slated to be reinforced by a late 3050 back to its full fighting power, if possible, but in the immediacy found itself heavily outnumbered on the ground. Their primary mech binary was inferior in battle mechs by a total of 7 to 1. While their aerospace fighters reigned supreme over any enemy troops they came across, it still required their elemental and mech forces to carry the day on the ground. The spheroids immediately broke Zelbringen, of course, having little understanding of what was being asked of them in the trials that agreed to. The invasion of Scalevol began on March 2nd, and the conflict for it raged until July 5th. Remarkably, Clan Cloud Cobra did carry the day, though it required several mechs to be replaced throughout the fighting. The Cobra's aerospace forces did remarkable damage to the defenders, and to anyone who rose up against them. The victory cost the 84th all of its initial mechs, and a star of Mechwarriors, as well as the losses among infantry and elementals. It also cost it half of its complement of aerospace fighters, and several pilots. Enemy forces were destroyed to the last machine, with the government surrendering in the beginning of July. This was considered a hollow victory by every planner within the clan, and similar battles broke out almost on every world the clan challenged for. Heavier, more mech-focused formations, in large numbers, would be required to take planets, throwing the entire battle plan the Cobras had into disarray. Clusters were also needed to be held behind in order to hold on to these captured worlds, creating another problem. Scalevol, Holmesbu, Davion, Thule, Pinnacle, and Squalhana, the worlds captured in the first wave, ironically became the very thing that doomed their invasion. Steiner knew he needed to act with aggression and force to take at least several key worlds if the Cobras were to acquire any kind of glory, in comparison to the stunning successes being demonstrated by the Fire Mandrills, and opted to choose Rasalhague itself as his target, the capital of the empire he was responsible for invading. Choosing to make a single big arrow push towards it, Alpha Galaxy was tasked with taking it, and Leoben, the world needed as a platform to do the job. Leoben was overwhelmed in short order by mid-July, and Rasalhague itself became a bloody battlefield. The Wolves had focused their attention elsewhere, and while the Cobras considered them allies in the invasion, the leadership of Cloud Cobra were relieved that they wouldn't need to compete with their canine-inspired allies for the planet. By early August, the battle for Rasalhague was unleashed, with the full force of Alpha Galaxy being brought down upon it. The battle was, in a word, intense. Several line regiments of the fledgling house were dug in, and there were substantial aerospace assets on world as well, finally challenging the Cobra's supremacy in the air. After several brutal engagements on the surface, the violent struggle of Reykjavik took place at the end of August, and continued into September. The last bullets were fired on September 29th, with the Cobras claiming victory over the capital. The only problem was, this represented everything wrong with the Cobras being in the invasion. Their logistics were already spent. Even as their other galaxies had moved to secure more worlds up to the Fire Mandrill's borders, the Rasalhagers had fought with such ferocity, inflicting casualties upon Cloud Cobra as a result of that. This far out from their source of production, they could not replace their losses effectively in either manpower or materials. Alpha Galaxy alone, for example, lost nearly half of its fighting strength between Leoben and Rasalhague. By the end of 3050, Clan Cloud Cobra nervously waited for word regarding reinforcements from their home worlds, only to be visited by yet more dire news, thanks to Clan Ice Hellion. You are one of us now, Phelan Wolf. You are a bondsman no more. Through this conclave, you have become a warrior. You are henceforth accorded all rights and privileges of your station, as well as all responsibilities and duties of a wolf warrior. Khan Ulrich Kerensky to Phelan Wolf, December 26th, 3050. The leader of the Warden clans, the main clan that stood in opposition to the invasion, and the clan which held the very legacy of the Kerensky family's DNA within its hallowed bloodlines, Clan Wolf found itself in an extremely precarious, as well as delicate position when the invasion of the Inner Sphere began proper. In truth, they had hoped the invasion was to fail, or at least portions of their leadership felt this way. Truly embodying the Warden doctrine, invading humanity's home was never what they had wanted. There was some inner conflict over this, of course, but it was not enough to motivate the clan significantly, in spite of the current Sakan, as early as 3050, being of a more crusader mindset. In addition, they were still clan warriors, and personal glories as well as victories on any battlefield were considered honorable. This sense of honor and pride also meant that they couldn't actively be seen as sabotaging the invasion either, despite ironically working against it in some respects politically. The Wolf Dragoons, their kin who'd been sent as mercenaries to the Inner Sphere, were openly more able to play the role as foils against the clan invasion, giving their mother clan more flexibility in their stance and politics, though this meant that the Dragoons would forever be seen as traitors to the greater clan diaspora. One thing was now true regarding the Wolves' position, however. Without clans Ghostbear, Jade Falcon, or Smoke Jaguar among the invaders, they were now the most powerful and robust clan in Operation Revival. They had the most tried and tested battle mechs, and on average, the heaviest formations. Their cluster strength and integrity were only able to be challenged at this stage, ironically, by Clan Fire Mandrill, and even then, they had substantially more reserves. Most frighteningly of all, the quality of their soldiers and officers were unmatched in combat prowess. To see Clan Wolf's Tumen was to see the most fearsome fighting force now inside of the Inner Sphere in this early stage of the war. By the end of 3049, Clan Wolf prepared its ruthless plan for advancement against their primary targets, the Free Rasalhague Republic and Federated Commonwealth. The Wolves already had the greatest base of planets to launch their attacks from in comparison to other clans in their push from the periphery's edge, which gave them the greatest opportunity for success overall in the invasion. The only thing that unnerved Khan Ulrich was that the Ice Hellions, a clan which was very ill-suited to the invasion in his estimation, was to hold their flank. Just because the invasion was a disastrous idea didn't mean that his own forces needed to be strategically vulnerable in what amounted to a complete mess. Still, Wolf forces did lash out at both the Free Rasalhague Republic and the Federated Commonwealth in early 3050 in their first wave of attacks. The results were, in a few words, overwhelming and destructive. Every unit that came before them was annihilated in battle after battle, or barely managed to flee. Though, much as their strategists had feared, Clan Ice Hellion fell short in their own advances, exposing them to potential issues from the Federated Commonwealth. In response, as the Wolf Tumen pushed ahead, there was a greater focus on the Steiner portion of their invasion corridor versus what they had originally planned. This uneven advance left a great salient between themselves and the slowly expanding Cloud Cobra territories, something which was to be solved as the Wolves once more shifted focus to this region in the latter months of the year's campaigning, in order to strengthen their lines and allow for greater allocation of forces. There was some frustration that they'd failed to take the capital world of Rasalhague, as noted by Ilkhan Leo Showers, who was accompanying the Wolves during this portion of the invasion. In order to offset not taking such a prestigious world, the Wolves instead turned their attention towards Tamar, the greatest gem in their immediate path towards Terra, although it would take time to work their way towards it. Amongst the Tumen itself, several Rystars began to emerge, including the now once bondsman Phelan Wolf, but also figures such as Vlad Ward. In the entirety of 3050, there were no major setbacks, beyond the weakness of their flanking allies. While they had anticipated the incompetence and failure of the Ice Hellions, the glacial pace of the overburdened Cloud Cobras put the Wolves in a more precarious situation than they'd otherwise hoped for. Weakness in these places, not putting constant pressure on the unified great houses of Steiner and Davion, could be a recipe for disaster. I promised Con Tyler that we would take Trell, and by the Founder we will. Target all batteries on enemy strongpoints and the last known coordinates of any of these enemy Sarats on the surface, and open fire. Star Admiral Kim Hasprin, commander of the Aegis heavy cruiser Taney, July 4th, 3050. The Trell Massacre. Periphery worlds offered very minimal resistance to the invasion, despite the heart the locals put into defending their homes from Operation Revival. Still, this region of space was always intended as a stepping stone to greater things, and Clan Ice Hellion most definitely had greater things in mind. Their clan was to break the back of the now former Lyran Commonwealth, before sweeping into Terra as conquering heroes. With endless ambition and few scruples, the Ice Hellions descended on the now Federated Commonwealth in late February of 3050, to more than disappointing results. With the Ice Hellions' strong preference for lighter mechs, all whilst truly lacking numbers, it presented the potential for devastating levels of attrition that the clan could never hope to sustain. With their reserves being extremely low, much like the Cloud Cobras, even if their galaxies were better equipped near the start of the invasion, there was a real chance for catastrophe for the clan should their plans be hindered in any meaningful way. They had bet everything on this adventure into the Inner Sphere. In the leader's mind, they stood to gain enormously, in the form of resources, new worlds, and glory. Failure, or even safeguards, simply weren't properly taken into consideration as they planned out their grand conquest. When the Ice Hellions plunged into the realm, all seemed to be as they dreamt. Having already dealt with the pitiful creatures in the periphery, they believed the houses were little better. Their first 2 conquests seemed to only confirm this. Bone Norman and Bensinger fell without any trouble. Unfortunately for these would-be conquerors, though, Zeta Galaxy met substantially more resistance on the planet of Here, where they'd managed to put down most of the planet's militia, but their primary defenders, the 8th Arcturan Guards, slipped away with a slim majority of their forces still intact. Likewise, on Anywhere, the lion's share of the 2nd New Ivansar Chasseurs also withdrew after heavy fighting with Delta Galaxy's 53rd Striker Irregulars cluster. Both units would have been pulled from the line if given time in order to rebuild, especially after major leadership losses amongst the Arcturan Guards, had they not regrouped first on the planet of Somerset. This planet was the next obstacle in the path of Zeta Galaxy's push. Primarily composed of the 3rd and 7th Hector Cavaliers, they represented the reinforced body of much of Ice Hellion's Tumen, as their clusters had been bolstered with more assets for their war on the Lyran Commonwealth. These warriors, though, were of mixed quality, or had been less desirable to the clan overall, as the Khans of the clan scraped the barrel to build their army's mass for this historic operation. While Zeta's 45th Hector Cavaliers and 150th Attack Cluster had proven themselves in battle so far, despite the galaxy's garrison, or second line, status prior to the invasion, the 3rd and 7th had yet to be fully battle-tested during the campaign. The galaxy's ships entered the Somerset system in late March of 3050. The soon-to-be famous world was home to a Mechwarrior academy and had an extensive garrison in addition to the forces which had regrouped there. In theory, clan weaponry would have been enough to carry the day, but despite their size, the 3rd and 7th truly lacked in weight and durability if a straight fight emerged. In spite of their losses in leadership and personnel, across both defending regiments taking refuge on the planet, they'd also tasted the Ice Hellions' mettle, and now had experience fighting the Hellions' battle tactics. Between themselves and the other defenders of the planet, a plan was hatched to draw their enemies into a fight that they couldn't truly win. On March 12th, Zeta Galaxy's clusters made landfall, after issuing official bachals against the local defenders. A series of running engagements opened up, just as anticipated. Fast-moving Ice Hellion mechs tore through militia vehicles and infantry formations, while elementals held vital positions, anchoring assaults and giving them room to pull back to their friendly points to regroup. Sensing their opponents on the cusp of breaking, the Ice Hellion leader, Star Colonel Samantha Hordwan, committed to a major battle near the Somerset Military Academy. The local cadets and a company of militia mechs, led by one Hauptmann Commandant Andrew Borg Steiner, rallied the soldiers under his command to unexpected levels of heroism, holding the Ice Hellions' 3rd Cavaliers in place, while remnants of the 2 line regiments from the AFFC caught the 7th out of position in an advance 25 kilometers north of the battle. Here, the 7th was shattered in the vicious exchange that lasted almost an hour. As soon as the 3rd had finished off the cadets, they moved to try to aid their brethren, only to find their counterattack was thrown into the teeth of the 8th Arcturan Guards. Tearing into their lighter mechs first, and then isolating the heavier mediums and light heavies in the formation, the Ice Hellions were ground down and ultimately broken before the end of the engagement. The Arcturan Guards and the Ivansar Chasseurs were badly maimed themselves, with both formations being left at functionally the size of a company, rather than a regiment. But it was they, and the brave militia forces of the planet, that carried the day. For the Hellions, elemental forces on planet hadn't kept up with the faster clusters, and after the defeat of the mechs, had embarked onto their dropships, departing in humiliation. Clan Ice Hellion was the first clan to lose a trial for one of these spheroid worlds. In the days that followed, the Steiner Davion forces withdrew from the planet in the aftermath, including taking prisoners and examples of their advanced battle mechs. They now had invaluable intelligence on these new, strange attackers. Somerset fell 2 weeks later, upon the arrival of Ice Hellion's Alpha Galaxy, led by Khan Tyler himself. This new victory against a militarily abandoned planet didn't change the loss of almost 2 clusters. It was a reversal of fortune the clan could not afford to repeat, especially this early in the invasion. Regardless, they still needed to press ahead. Wars always had setbacks, after all. Interestingly, the surviving elements of Zeta's cluster were punished for their supposed cowardice by being relegated into even worse units, functionally making them little better than garrison troops after their debriefing. Not wanting to be embarrassed further, Khan Tyler's updated aims were to take planets closer to the Wolf occupation zone, as to attempt to block their entry into the planned Ice Hellion attack lane. This strategy inevitably met with disaster after they discovered by April that the Wolves had indeed started to move into their desired spaces of advance, such as when they seized Maxi's planet, and it only got worse from there. Wishing to prevent this insult from expanding, Clan Ice Hellion began a new operation in order to take the planet of Trell, a now key world to anchor their assault down the spine of the Wolf occupation zone. Had the Ice Hellions not ignored the agreement with the other clans regarding Comstar facilities and personnel, they likely would have been informed as to the important occupant on planet, and they may have made a much different battle plan. How Steiner Davion had become aware of the scale and scope of their military problems weeks later due to the issues around communications in the area. The victory at Somerset had yielded the House an enormous amount of intelligence, including an understanding that they were in fact being assaulted by people who believed themselves to be the descendants of the Star League Defense Forces. This, unfortunately, did not proliferate widely amongst the troops, and frontline forces had not been given up-to-date information on Ice Hellion tactics or technological capabilities in the immediacy. One of the key figures on Trell was none other than the future Archon Prince of the Federated Commonwealth, one Victor Steiner Davion. Victor had only recently graduated fully into the military, and was now being faced with an onslaught by these new, deadly adversaries. Beta Galaxy had been given the task of taking the planet, with the 121st Hellion Lancers cluster being assigned to the task. The defenders, in the form of several battalions, including elements of the 12th Donegal Guards, were a tough force to be sure, but were hardly able to keep up with the technological and training advantages their clan counterparts possessed. The Hellion Lancers had been given heavier forces to fight with, albeit ones that were still faster in nature. The fighting that emerged was vicious, as local forces were picked apart in a series of running battles. Most troubling for the 121st, though, they would get caught in 2 significant fights against the 12th Guards, resulting not in their immediate defeat, but they received such severe damage that the choice was made by their commander, Star Colonel Connor Rood, to withdraw from the field, realizing that continuing on this fight was too much of a risk to the entirety of his cluster. He had hoped to avoid the potential tragedy that befell Zeta Galaxy on Somerset, and thus he was forced to concede. The planet could always be taken later by a new Pachal, with other, more prepared forces taking the honor for themselves. Upon this retreat, condemnation was placed upon Rood, claiming that he and his forces had failed the clan. Star Admiral Kim Hasprin, the commander of the Aegis-class warship Taney, disregarded the Star Colonel's defeat and the bids made for the planet. She denounced the tactics and strategies of the freebirths their warriors had faced, stating any trial against them was invalid from the start, before she then further went on to state that the clan would not let Trell stand in opposition to them. She proceeded to begin opening fire on the planet. Naval autocannons and lasers, weapons not seen in the Inner Sphere since the Second Succession War, lit up the skies of Trell. unleashing hell upon the world that had held out against these savage new invaders. The destruction wrought from this act was every bit as devastating and nightmarish as the stories from the ancient past described. Bombardments tore into the planet's military bases, strongpoints, and even some civilian centers. However, during all of this, the prince and his ally, Galen Cox, managed to get off-planet by Leopard dropship. Several other vessels charged the warship in order to distract it from the escape. Victor Steiner Davion, even if seemingly against his own wishes, was saved, though enormous numbers of people were lost in the tragedy that unfolded there, which came to be known as the Trell Massacre. Hundreds of thousands died on the surface of the planet, and it hardly took long for this to spread across the inner sphere, even with the localized Comstar blackout. Amongst the clans, it was viewed as a criminal act, with Ice Hellion being denounced by Leo Showers, and every other con in Operation Revival. Ulrich Kerensky even went as far as to announce that warships should be removed from the invasion corridor itself. Other clans either placed their warships into a restricted role or removed them from the battle space altogether. It became almost universally agreed that warships were not to be used in battles going forwards, except by one group. Con Steven Tyler openly rejected these restrictions.
Our warships were established as a part of our invasion forces, and we will not restrict their use so long as they are officially bid as part of an attacking force against our dishonorable freebirth opponents. We reject these displays of false outrage that you have hurled at us. Our forces will continue to fight as they have, with honor and righteousness at their side. There is no reason for our Towman to change course. Khan Steven Tyler, in a written response delivered to the Ilkhan of the clans, Leo Showers, August 3050.
Throughout much of the rest of 3050, the Ice Hellions continued their campaign, seizing additional worlds from the Commonwealth. But their list of sins would soon come back to haunt them. The Federated Commonwealth was far from cowed by their power, and the Inner Sphere was enraged by their flagrant crimes on Trell. The other clans had increasingly turned their back on the Hellions now too. And worst of all, they had performed very poorly in their role in Operation Revival. Even within Clan Wolf, there was a greater desire to turn their task force against their ally to cease this behavior than there was to actually fight against the forces of the Inner Sphere. But this did not come to pass. All of that, though, said nothing of Prince Victor Steiner Davion's survival, and the first-hand account of the cruelty and viciousness of the Hellions. However, that page had yet to turn, but Steven Tyler and his ilk saw only what they wanted to see, even as a disaster began to coalesce around them. To be truthful, I am worried. To have climbed as high as we have, it feels like if we make one misstep now, we will fall, and that fall will be endless. Ilkhan Eudora Payne, speaking with her Sakan on the eve of the assault towards Luthien. As of January 3051, Clan Fire Mandrill had proven itself just as successful as Clan Wolf throughout the invasion. The Mandrills had finally come together and unified to a meaningful degree, and were preparing to seemingly capitalize in the decreasing morale and power of the Draconis Combine. But even a wounded animal has teeth, and the DCMS was far from completely finished. The war had begun to shift, giving both the DCMS and Fire Mandrills time to regroup. The Combine had yet to attempt any meaningful counterattack at all, while the Mandrills needed time to reorganize the front. instead of having a mess of clusters across their new expanse, each answering to various commands. As had evolved, clusters were moved or even reassigned, with commands being reorganized to command every sector. This wasn't always immediately popular, but it was necessary. The Khan herself became the commander of the entire army, rather than just a single head on the Fire Mandrill's almost Hydra-like command. Leading the front from Beiserville to Heiner was now Kindra Sains, under the guidance of Sakan Sains, but being directly under the command of one Kindra leader Garrett Sains. Kindra Faraday Tonga, led by Kindra leader and lore master of the clan, Ethan Faraday, was tasked with the boundaries between Jeanette through Sire, giving him and his units the opportunity to push towards Kandahar and to cripple the Combine's flank. Kindra Payne, the Khan's very own, was deliberately placed in a role as a reserve, either to exploit weakened positions in the Combine lines, launching direct assaults, which would be followed up by Kindra Sains typically, or vice versa, or was used to plug defensive gaps where needed. The reasoning for this, from Eudora's own position, was that if she let more honor fall on other Kindra for their own advances, she could display just how united the clan had become. There was some grumbling from within her own Kindra, but it didn't go beyond anything she could control. Finally, Kindra Matilia Karol had fallen into the role of a garrison in reserve, doing much the same as Kindra Payne was doing, though with less opportunity for offensive operations. Knowing the clan needed further reserves as well, other Kindras had been ordered to send elements to the occupation zone. Without the consent of the clan council, they were to act as a more permanent garrison of occupied worlds. Shrewdly, Payne once more had done this in order to appease her subjects, in order to offer them all a hint of glory, even if it placed the clan itself in jeopardy of reprisal from the clan council. Things had been accelerating so quickly, she felt she had no other choice. The Combine, by her planner's own estimations, would collapse within 700 days of continued fighting, and the Fire Mandrills would need everyone to sustain and hold their new prize. This entire realm was to be the property of her clan. By February, the Mandrills were prepared to begin making meaningful advances once more. DCMS troops, and the aftermath of the death of Kurita Hohiro, fought with renewed hostility, rather than with lessened morale, as anticipated. Bloody battles for McAllister and Irisi displayed how little the dragon's appetite for war has subsided. Worse for the Mandrill still, it appeared that the Combine had also abandoned many of their more principled tactics and had opted for more treacherous warfare. The Mandrills, for their part, almost immediately declared the DCMS as fair game, Desgra opponents, making the war all the bloodier for both sides. As the fighting dragged into the month of June, 4 major events unfolded, and these outcomes seemingly gave fortune to the clan's fate forevermore. Kurita Minoru, the 20-year-old heir apparent to the Draconis Combine after Theodore and his father, was killed in the Cyrenia system. Minoru hadn't been meant to be there in the first place, though a mechanical failure had resulted in his jump ship needing to be repaired in-system before departing to Luthien. It took 3 months to confirm the deaths of all those on board of the ship. The Mandrills themselves chose not to distribute the information, but officials on Luthien understood well enough after the fall of Cyrenica. Con Payne herself, as the Fire Mandrill's Tumen continued to advance, also took this moment to challenge Leo Showers for the Ilkonship, declaring that her clan's status and victories had done enough to show the way forwards. This was done for several key reasons. First and foremost, she wanted a cover for her own choice to bring more Mandrills into the occupation zone. Second, she truly believed her clan had earned the right, and was to show a new way forwards for the clans as a whole, one which erased the line between Crusader and Warden. Clan Fire Mandrill also clearly believed it was to be the winner of the trial for Terra, and was paving the way towards its inevitable glory. Leo Showers attempted to save his position with a trial of refusal. Showers survived the engagement, but the title fell to Eudora, with both victory and the clan council now confirming her position. To make this vote go her way, it also involved more than just defeating the Combine in the field. She also had to make promises. Clans Diamond Shark, Burrock, and Goliath Scorpion all had interests, and those interests were fed. The Diamond Sharks were given opportunity to begin to trade with the Inner Sphere clans due to her favor, as were the Burrocks. The Goliath Scorpions wanted to be called up as a reserve, and this was allowed to happen, inside of Eudora's own corridor, further bolstering her forces. Their worlds were to be sorted out later, but the call to bring them in was made, and by the end of the year, another of these major events was the activation of Goliath Scorpion units, which would be allowed to actively participate in the war against the dragon. Internally, the plan seemed to be to allow them to be the ones to take and hold the Quadrahar prefecture of the Draconis Combine. She also allowed for increased forces and reinforcements to arrive for the clans already present in the corridor, stating the hard fighting had reduced forces enough. This was, of course, her grand plan to conceal what she had already done. Everything seemed popular with her supporters, though she deliberately snubbed the Star Adders, not seeking the support of any group she found utterly dishonest, especially in the wake of their seizing of the Steel Viper's reserve slot. The homeworlds themselves required her attention as well, as tensions had been rising sharply, with a power block beginning to form around Clan Jade Falcon. The Blood Spirits, Hell's Horses, and Falcons all seemed intent on breaking the current order. Funnily enough, she'd managed to use this to her advantage, courting even the Wolves and Coyotes' support for her Ilkonship and taking it. But Eudora becoming Ilkon had a knock-on effect in another way, one which didn't benefit the clans. The blackout from Comstar ended before 3051 was concluded, with Vogt and all remaining Comstar staff departing from the occupation zone. Clan Fire Mandrill had already violated the agreement with Comstar, repeatedly, not trusting their supposed allies to run communications or govern local populations, and they had uprooted as many of their installations as they could justify. As more of her forces arrived, and as the Scorpions began to flood in, she saw even less of a reason to pretend to work with Comstar. But this was fine, of course, as victory was nearly assured. And once the Combine fell, the rest of the Inner Sphere would begin their own descent into the abyss. Operation Lee G was proposed and then put into motion in September as forces were freed up across the front. Clan Fire Mandrill, between their Goliath Scorpion allies and their own inflated Tumen, were now the strongest military force the Inner Sphere had seen since the Succession Wars began, when factoring in their advanced clan technologies. 4 full Kindra were present and began to align to strike towards Luthien, but they were now further supported by elements of other Kindra from within the clan, taking up garrison roles and freeing up resources for the attacks. In fact, more so than just that, the clusters from each of these new garrisoning Kindra were then directed to come under the command of Sakan Naresh Sains, who was given full control of all forces being directed into Operation Lee G. At his command were 7 galaxies in total now, in order to encircle and then crush the capital of the Draconis Combine. Planet after planet fell on their path, including worlds which directly supported the capital: Chatham, Kilmonarch, Avon, Shimonensky, Kagoshima, and Bicester all fell into the Fire Mandrill's hands before the beginning of October. In the very same month, news arrived to the Fire Mandrills that Kurita Takashi had suffered a severe, debilitating heart attack. Within weeks, he had died. It must have been the news that so many of the worlds were now falling across the Combine, especially close to their capital world. In addition, his successors, the very future of his house, had been destroyed. His nation was falling, and now the Coordinator had fallen as well. House Kurita would not survive what was to come, in the eyes of Clan Fire Mandrill. Their remaining adversary, the new leader of the Combine, was a man who had, thus far, failed in every attempt to stop them in his prior role as the Gunji no Kanri. This being, of course, Kurita Theodore. What Clan Fire Mandrill did not realize was the full scope of what was being amassed to resist this final push towards victory. While Eudora Payne and her allies had already planned the division and rule of the prefectures and military districts of the Combine, something else was in store for them. The only hints they truly picked up on were several unexpected spoiling strikes at their forces near Unity and later Xinjiang. And while these were pushed back, they did show the DCMS still had life in it. What went less noticed were that the forces that made up these distracting attacks were very well equipped with Star League-era technology, and came from units the Fire Mandrills had yet to encounter, those from the border regions with the Federated Commonwealth. By December, forces had been amassed for 2 great strikes that would decapitate what was left of the legitimate ruling branch of House Kurita. Operation Liji divided into 2 task forces, those poised to cut off the last line to the capital through the seizing of Leiston, and then afterwards Yomista and Corsica Nueva were organized into Strike Group Beowulf, while those targeting Luthien itself were organized into Strike Group Dragon Slayer. Loremaster and Kendra leader Mark Faraday had, by this time, proven himself a capable commander on the Kandahar front, and by this time he had handed off most operations to the newly arrived Scorpions. He was being given the honor of leading Beowulf. The warriors at his command were composed of 2 full Kindra equivalents. One was of course Kindra Faraday Tanga. The other was a mixture of reserves that had arrived at the behest of the Ilkhan prior to her nomination. Still, a force the size of 10 full clusters was something the Combine had yet to face. And as of this point, no other Inner Sphere army had yet either. Sakan Naresh had been an ally of the new Ilkhan for years now, having long ago buried the differences between the two, even putting into question if there was going to be a face-off on Terra. Over the course of the invasion, Sains had become a trusted advisor, military planner, and ally to his Khan. The truth was, the clan had become united against the Draconis Combine. Regardless of the Kindra, they had felt the tides had changed, and this was their moment. In order to show how strong the bond had become, a grand gesture was made, with Ilkhan Payne placing Naresh in command of Dragonslayer. His deputy, Kindra leader Garrett Sains, was to act as his second-in-command, and he was the primary planner behind the entire campaign to take the head of the Combine. All total, over 5 galaxies were a part of the order of battle. The full might of Kindra Sains, Kindra Payne, and Kindra Payne Bile Grant was to be the core of this assault, with 2 remaining galaxy equivalents being made up of amalgamated Kindra forces from Payne's reserve. This represented most of the clan's overall military might, and much of its important leadership was represented here as well, from across the clan. On December 31st, 3051, the order came down from the Ilkhan of the clans to launch the twinned operations against the last true bastion of resistance the Combine had. The battle for Luthien was now inevitable. We cannot go forward, and yet we cannot go back. Taking on the invasion was a mistake. We are deficient in supplies, materials, and warriors, and the clan will not be able to launch any further offensive operations. We will not be the restorers of Kerensky's vision. We will not bring about the way to the Inner Sphere. This has become a hopeless crusade, and one that is continued only by the bravery of our warriors. But even bravery has its limits. Con Din Steiner in a private conversation, November 3051. There was a crisis already brewing within Clan Cloud Cobra's occupation zone, and it was only exaggerated by the work of its supposed allies. Clan Ice Hellion, through their behavior, having caused the banishment of warships in any major role with their actions within the combat zone, had removed one of the most aggressive pillars the Cloud Cobras could have relied upon in their struggle against the Free Rasalhague Republic, should they have tried to keep up their momentum on the offensive. Instead, the Cobras now found themselves in a critically strained situation. Their cloisters, while not completely exhausted, were bordering on it. Their ground forces in particular, an arm of the Tumen which was severely under strength for this kind of warfare in the inner sphere, may as well have been broken by now. Even replacing damaged and destroyed mechs, by early 3051, often came from backroom trade deals with the Burroks in the homeworlds, before they were shipped down to the occupation zone, this process taking months. Nonetheless, there were still planets to take in their near abroad. The salient between themselves and Clan Fire Mandrill needed to be closed, and preferably in the Cobra's favor. The DCMS, while they'd faced raids from some adventurous elements of Clan Cloud Cobra, hadn't faced a full assault from them as of this year. By April of 3051, that would change, as a new attack by the slow-moving clan was made. Constance, Jarrett, Palsenigo, and Corvel all fell to the Cloud Cobras before September of that year, with Corvel being the final point in their advance against the DCMS. Fighting against the Combine proved far more difficult, even with the defenders in this case being overextended. They also benefited from the Kung's army focusing its resources towards the Clan Wolf threat, rather than their side of the invasion. The Wolves had also extended Rasalhagian supply lines, giving the Cobras a chance to scavenge a few more worlds from them as well. 3051 would have been an uneventful year in total for the glacial pace of the Cloud Cobras, even as they struggled to replace losses, were it not for one ominous event, as well as a catastrophe outside of the inner sphere. Comstar, who the Cobras had come to rely upon for running local administrative tasks, departed the occupied territories. This put an even greater strain on the Cloud Cobra's resources to combat local insurgencies and rebellions, let alone to govern the people they'd conquered. Greater forces began being permitted in the corridor as well. That was true, but the Cobras could spare little, a situation which only became rapidly more desperate before the end of the year. A new crisis emerged, one which the Cobras could not manage. Clans Jade Falcon, Hell's Horses, and Diamond Shark in the Pentagon Worlds and Kerensky cluster assaulted their almost defenseless enclaves and facilities. There had been an understanding that the clans on the invasion front should not have been disrespected to this degree, with multiple enclaves being captured in trials of possession. However, the Falcons in particular, under their new Khan, seemed contemptuous of this restriction. Before the end of 3051, Clan Cloud Cobra had been deprived of their homeworld assets in their entirety. Only desperate actions by warriors left behind had bought them enough time to secure and then to relocate their gene repositories to the inner sphere. Clan Cloud Cobra had become the masters of an island, but one with almost no productive capacity. They had no means of advancing, at least not for years, as they now desperately clung to what they had. Only trade with Clan Wolf locally provided them with replacement parts for aerospace fighters, mechs, and ships by the end of the year. Even their fleet had been decimated in the cruel attacks in the homeworlds, where politics were now wildly unstable. The Cobras ceased all offensive operations by November, much to the mockery of their peer clans, save for their steadfast ally, Clan Wolf. These quick and easy conquests will come to an end soon, I can tell, because with every victory, our enemies double in quantity for the next battle, as if they were without number. I can feel the tides turning against us with every triumph. A quote from a Clan Wolf Mechwarrior over short-range communications, intercepted by a resistance cell on Dell. 3051. Historians of later ages would almost certainly agree that by 3051, Clan Wolf truly saw the writing on the wall. Their advances in 3050 had been explosive compared to either the Ice Hellions or the Cloud Cobras, and progress towards Terra seemed steady. But in this new year, the dark clouds on the horizon were now too numerous to ignore. The Federated Commonwealth, while wounded by the mutual assaults of the Ice Hellions and the Wolves, had hardly been badly maimed, and more intense resistance was appearing across the occupation zone, especially after the Trail incident. The latter was something Ulrich Kerensky also found completely unforgivable, especially in light of the fact that Con Steven Tyler had entirely ignored the consensus that was created in response to his clan's actions. Kerensky's own campaign was further hindered by the fact that they were now being forced into functionally propping up the Cloud Cobras as well. All of these shortcomings created more turmoil and more responsibilities for the Wolves to tackle. 3051's expansion plans were radically adjusted as a result, with the exception of seizing the vital planet of Tamar. One of the founding worlds of the Lyran Commonwealth, Tamar was a regional capital and cornerstone of any advance towards Terra. Its capture was to be essential, and had been promised to the Ilkhan, Leo Showers, as a part of the campaign's general planning. On March 2nd, 3051, the Wolves arrived in system. What the Wolves found in their path, however, were more than determined defenders. Recently promoted, Sakan Natasha Kerensky, a hardened fighter with the most experience within the Inner Sphere amongst anyone in any higher level of command, was tasked, along with Alpha Galaxy, to secure Tamar. The Defenders of the World had originally been anticipated to strictly be a regiment of Lyran Guards, local militias, Duke Sevlin Kelswa's personal entourage, and a host of inexperienced cadets from the local military academy. This was considered inadequate to defend the planet in the face of the elite of Alpha Galaxy. However, much to the surprise of almost everyone, especially Natasha Kerensky, before bids could be properly placed, several Inner Sphere jump ships arrived in system, through a series of pirate points. Captured communications from the Defenders indicated that they too were stunned by the arrivals. Houses Steiner and Davion had independently offered no additional forces for the defense, and Duke Kelswa's pleas had gone unanswered by them. Though, Tamar clearly had become a focal point for the Wolves' advance by even late 3050, and other forces had already been in motion to try to halt their progress. First and foremost of these allies, while still operating under a contract with the armed forces of the Federated Commonwealth, though acting under their own direction, was the famed 12th Star Guards. They had been badly savaged by the Wolves in 3050 in the battles for Svarstad and Ikar, but two of their regiments had regrouped and recouped their strength under the command of Colonel Hanna Keitalin, now familiar with fighting clan adversaries, and committed to trying to hold the line, as well as looking for some payback. The mercenary unit opted to go all in on Tamar, in what many would have called a fool's errand. When Colonel Hanna learned, in system, that the leader of their adversaries was the famous Black Widow, it said she directly contacted the Wolf Fleet in order to spit venom at the Sakan of the clan. The exchange has been lost to history, but it has been noted as being particularly heated. More importantly than the spat, though, was that the 12 Star Guards did not arrive alone, as they apparently linked up with another unit of soldiers intent on intervention. This other, also grieved party came in the form of the 2nd Dracons from the Kung's army of the Free Rasalhague Republic, led by General Norman Holgerson as their overall commander, and also being led in the field itself by one Axel Ferber. The second Dragons had been rebuilt throughout the war, with them having managed to withdraw and managing to survive in some capacity from fighting with the Wolves and Cloud Cobras. They were now considered the most battle-hardened and combat-capable unit within the entirety of the Republic, especially after the wholesale destruction of the first Dracon at the hands of Clan Wolf. In addition to this battle-hardened regiment, they were further bolstered by an additional battalion of mechs clad in white, which simply were referred to as the Republican Guard, and they were commanded by a separate Overst, whose name was not shared during any proceedings. This battalion, it is also noted, had equipment that was far more sophisticated than the rest of what the Dracons had. With this new force, they also brought a message from Prince Hakon Magnusson, the leader of the Free Rasalhague Republic.
I, Prince Hakon Magnusson, wish to address the brave, stalwart people of Tamar. A decision has been made by the government of the Free Rasalhague Republic to not simply allow you to stand against the darkness that encroaches your world alone. Though we are pressed ourselves in our own struggle for freedom, we know that we cannot turn our backs on you at this time. To you, our allies, we pledge our swords, and a solemn promise that the bonds we forge here will not be easily forgotten by our people. The brave soldiers of Rasalhague know what is being asked of them in defense of another, but they know the price of doing nothing here is far too high for us all. Long live the Rasalhague Republic, and long live the Federated Commonwealth.
Prince Hakon Magnusson's message to the people of Tamar, delivered by Jumpship Communications, 2nd of March, 3051. Original estimates of Clan Wolf's command had anticipated that the defenses on Tamar would have fallen within only a few days against the wrath of Alpha Galaxy, even under a particularly conservative bid, against the relatively weak forces standing in opposition to them. Now, Natasha Kerensky, only hours after entering the system, was staring at a potential disaster unfolding for the entirety of the galaxy. Some under her command reluctantly even suggested the galaxy withdraw and reinforce, to bid a more sizable force against these new defenders. However, the Black Widow saw opportunity, and wasn't about to back down from a fight, though she still had her own reservations. A total of 4 professional regiments were arrayed against them, along with local cadets and militias, and if used correctly, Alpha Galaxy could indeed overcome such a force. But it was to require the absolute best performance by the best galaxy in the entirety of Clan Wolf. She formally placed her bid, putting forth the entirety of Alpha Galaxy, as well as the 13th Wolf Guards cluster. The Wolves made landfall by March 9th, and the battle was joined within an hour of landing. The 12 Star Guards, 2nd Dracon, and 26 Lyran Guards were divided commands, giving the unified clan assault an advantage, or at least that was the going theory. To Natasha's own later surprise, it became clear the primary officer put in charge of the defense was General Holgerson of the Kung's army, rather than the Duke or even Marshal Corelli, the main officer in charge of the Lyran Guards. Contact came in the plains and hills of the Shonik Dales, where the 4th Wolf Guard assault cluster crashed into the bulwark that was the 12th Star Guard's 3rd Regiment. This was a grudge match already, after the 12th Star Guards mauling on Icar by Alpha Galaxy no less, and the 4th Wolf Guards displayed little concern or respect for their adversaries. They paid for this dearly. In the rebuilding of the 3rd Regiment, there had been a focus on acquiring field kits and new mechs that were equipped with Gauss weaponry. What the clans found when they collided with this now heavy regiment was a wall of nickel-iron slugs, PPCs, and LRMs that quickly shredded any isolated star in their attack. After only a day of fighting, to the surprise of Sakon Kerensky, the 4th broke, having taken almost 50% losses, and the remaining mechs being badly mauled. Natasha herself had to intervene as they faltered, thrusting the 13th Wolf Guards into the fray to finally push back the Star Guards from the Dales. Colonel Hannah made a note of trying to engage the Black Widow herself during the struggle, but neither command could find the opportunity to square off with one another properly. For an opening engagement, this had been very costly, even with the 13th having taken losses to dislodge the well-equipped heavy regiment. The 12 Star Guards had been bled too, losing over a battalion of battle mechs, and others needing extensive repairs, but the trade-off had clearly been worth it, degrading one of the primary attack clusters of Alpha Galaxy in an embarrassing defeat. What's worse is it was still clear they had at least a full battalion of readily available machines to continue to throw into the field, and another battalion of worn assets that may have still been battle-worthy. The 3rd Regiment and its colonel were far from out of the fight. From there, the battle expanded into several new spaces, including minor cities in the south, as well as the forests beyond the plains in the approach to the capital city. The 279th Battle Cluster slammed into the 26 Lyran Guards in the urban areas to the south, where the conclusion was indecisive, as the cluster was dragged into brutal, close-quarters urban fighting, all while dealing with light enemy forces in the form of infantry and vehicles, aiding the 26 during the defense. Fighting here seemed almost to have no end in sight, with both sides taking streets and bloody exchanges. But it did not favor the 279th over the long term without reinforcements that were now otherwise occupied. Towards Tamar City, the 328th and 352nd Assault Clusters collided with the remnants of the 3rd Regiment of the Star Guards, as well as the 2nd Dracon, and some of the cadets and militia forces of Duke Kelswa. The intensity of the fighting began to spike after almost 7 days of grueling exchanges, with both sides being savaged in the denser terrain and open plains in between several forested areas. To Natasha's frustration, the 3rd Regiment of Star Guards acted as a dug-in, long-distance strike formation that would be defended by interdicting forces from the 2nd Dracon upon any attempts to dislodge them, allowing the 3rd to withdraw in order and reposition to start the process all over again. Meanwhile, the white-clad Republican Guard acted as a brutal dagger, stabbing into any forces that attempted to flank around the more heavily defended positions, while the militia and cadets acted as a reserve where necessary. They were deliberately slowly giving up ground towards the city, and the attackers found themselves bled by their opponents. Even though the brave defenders couldn't hold fast much longer, especially with the return of the 4th Assault Cluster to the front, as well as the committing of the 4th Guard Strike Cluster. The defenders, having been brutally battered as well, eventually were given the call in the evening of March 17th to pull back towards the capital. Tamar City was to be the last bastion of defense. The 1st Regiment of the Star Guards had been waiting as a fresh formation, with additional static defenses, dug-in infantry, and militia mechs and vehicles. The 3rd Regiment too made it back to the city to be re-equipped and to do what repairs they could, and the 2nd Dracon, despite heavy fighting, managed to do the same. Duke Kelswa himself was amongst the defenders, prepared to fight and to die for his capital. While he was not a particularly talented Mechwarrior, his Atlas stood in defiance to what was arriving, bolstering the morale of those who were dedicated to his command. General Holgersson's strategy had largely worked, even after the withdrawal over the open plains by the remaining defenders. What Natasha Kerensky's remaining forces found while in pursuit, even as they prepared the assault, was that their own forces had been badly mauled. The veteran and elite formations that made up their enemy's main troops, the terrain, and their numbers, despite the technological advantage the clans could call upon, had proven to be a severe obstacle to victory thus far. The most elite galaxy in the whole of the clan was now in a state where defeat seemed as likely as victory. To the Sakan, seeing Tamar City as being so close, she couldn't imagine simply giving up. But she realized that was the trap. The Free Rasalhague Republican Star Guards hadn't necessarily come to hold Tamar, they came to break whatever galaxy came to take it. Tomorrow would be the end of Alpha Galaxy if the fighting continued, even if they won the fight. The 4th Assault Cluster was a shadow of its former self after its 2 major engagements, not even being composed of a single trinary anymore. The 328th and 352nd both took extensive damage in the forests dividing the plains, and the Wolf's Guard Strike Cluster, despite being fairly well off by comparison, had taken losses as well. Averaging the attrition, these clusters alone had lost half of their available manpower and equipment. Her own 13th Wolf Guards cluster was also far from pristine either. Another solid, reliable regiment, more militia forces, all of which were dug in, and the defenders' advantage meant Tamar City was to be their grave. The bitter opponent she and her warriors had faced had proven cunning, superbly led, and well-trained. It surprised even her, with her knowledge of Inner Sphere tactics and demeanor. The final nail in the coffin was when she was informed, as they prepared the final assault, that the 279th Battle Cluster had been completely destroyed to the south, and that the remnants of the 26 Lyran Guards, within a day, would be threatening their flank, or striking out at their advance into the city from their rear. Tamar was not to be Alpha Galaxy's prize. To the shock and fury of her warriors, Natasha ordered the withdrawal of Alpha Galaxy that evening, on March 19th. Several short skirmishes were fought when the defenders realized a rout was in place, and several stars were lost as rearguards for the lion's share of their troops to make their escape. But Alpha Galaxy did, in fact, complete its withdrawal operations by March 20th, giving up all that they had gained, all that they had bled for, to survive. Tamar was saved, at least for the moment. While Clan Ice Hellion had been defeated in the field before, up until this point, the Wolves had appeared unstoppable. Regiments from the Free Rasalhague Republic, prestigious mercenary commands, and the mighty Federated Commonwealth had all fallen before the Wolves so far. But on Tamar, that finally changed. Fighting on so many fronts, being unable to completely finish so many foes, and amassing resistance from units and nations on all sides, finally culminated in a setback too great to ignore. Their enemies united as one, and threw them back from the gates, at least for the moment. Celebrations on Tamar were to be brief. The 2nd Dracon and Star Guards withdrew from the planet in the coming weeks, needing to rearm, re-equip, and repair behind the lines. When Beta Galaxy arrived to once more challenge for the planet near the end of the year, it fell fairly quickly. Tragically, Duke Kelswa was killed in the last stand as the world did fall, even with some time to reinforce his planet. But this was an afterthought. With the destruction of the 279th Battle Cluster and the retreat of the rest of Alpha Galaxy, the defeat on Tamar in the early portion of 3051 was not something they would forget anytime soon. Worse than just that, Alpha Galaxy needed time to rebuild, taking it out of the line for most of the rest of the year. Oleg Kerensky was taken aback by the failure to take Tamar with Alpha Galaxy off the march, but he did not need to face the anger of Leo Showers or a confrontation with him, as within weeks of the defeat, Showers himself had been undone and replaced by Eudora Payne of Clan Fire Mandrill, something which was a mixed blessing. Ulrich respected Eudora, but recognized she no longer fit the mold of a Warden Khan of a divided clan, and she had become much more aggressive after the fighting with the DCMS on her front. She'd also proven to be more than capable as a politician within her clan, and had become an excellent theater commander. The biggest boon of her appointment was that additional forces were freed up inside of the battle space, with more reserves being given the opportunity to flood into the occupation zone. Unfortunately, though, it also created another, more severe problem. The heart of the issue wasn't the arrival of Clan Goliath Scorpion, rather the departure of Comstar. This created greater logistical strains on the clans, especially as they advanced further into the Inner Sphere. There was something more ominous about the withdrawal of their support, and Ulrich knew that their former ally had become a deadly enemy. Your concern is noted, but is unnecessary, Ilkan. Clan Ice Hellion has more than enough forces to cast down the limited opposition we face, no matter what the wolves have to say on the matter. Sakan Asa Taney of Clan Ice Hellion, the Grand Council, 3051, after the appointment of Eudora Payne to the Ilkanship. The situation in the Federated Commonwealth corridor was without a doubt disastrous. Multiple setbacks, significant losses, and an aggressively arrogant culture amongst the warriors of Clan Ice Hellion severely hindered their attacks throughout 3051. Only 8 worlds fell to the Ice Hellions between January and July of the same year even. When Eudora Payne became Ilkan, there was at least some sense of relief by the Ice Hellion leadership. They'd already rooted out any Comstar influence in their own realm, so watching their full departure from the occupation zone was more of a reassurance than anything else. They hardly needed their services, and their presence made a mockery of the clan system. Additional reinforcements, albeit minimal ones in this instance, was also to provide a boon to the clan as it further pressed forwards. There was only one problem. Pressing further was becoming increasingly problematic. Between occupations, exhaustion, and defeats, the Ice Hellions really couldn't press further, despite the desperate need of doing so. The endpoint of their offensives were the planets of Alina and Blackjack, where Clan Ice Hellion found itself once more facing determined resistance. Blackjack was guarded by a collection of significant regiments in the form of the 33rd and 41st Avalon Hussars, as well as the 4th and 9th Federated Commonwealth RCTs. These had been moved from the Wolf Front to Blackjack halfway through 3051, with the anticipation of the Ice Hellions' attacks. Obviously, these suspicions were proven correct, with the arrival of the Ice Hellions' recently rebuilt Zeta Galaxy in system in September of the very same year. The reignited push by the Ice Hellions was a determined one, and Zeta, even after it had been rebuilt, would have been hard-pressed to achieve victory on Blackjack. Galaxy Commander Marcus Hakkinen, the new commanding officer of the galaxy, recognized the plight his warriors were to be in. They could either choose to engage, with a minimal prospect of victory, or they could withdraw and lose any hopes for honor and conquest. Marcus opted to fight, deploying all 5 clusters of Zeta in opposition to the 4 regiments and local forces he faced. After a 5-day campaign, Marcus Hakkinen himself was killed in action on the outskirts of a major urban center, after another failed attempt to dislodge the defending 9th RTC. One Star Colonel Cyrus Rude took command after his demise, and went on ordering the withdrawal. Zeta had lost 30% of its forces, and was once again to be minimally effective as an aggressive force. The anger at this reality was too much for the Star Colonel to take, knowing the shame that dogged the entire galaxy already. He ordered their primary escort warship, the Impaler, a Lola 3-class destroyer, to bombard the planet. Some would have liked to have imagined that honorable warriors would ignore these kinds of orders, especially given that a Star Admiral stood upon the bridge of the Impaler, when Miranda DGO'd. But the orders were followed. Blackjack was made an example of. Its cities were leveled, including Lota's Revenge, the capital. The 4th and 9th RTCs were functionally destroyed in the bombardments first. Zeta then attempted to occupy the planet once more, only to find that the 33rd and 41st New Avalon Hussars had meaningfully survived, driving back the clan clusters to their dropships once more in a series of battles over the ruins of the planet's urban centers. In response, the world was bombarded again. The 33rd and 41st New Avalon Hussars did not survive the third pass of the warship over the contested areas, but Zeta did not make planetfall again. They simply moved on, leaving the planet barely survivable for its population. Of the 1 billion inhabitants of Blackjack, over 200 million died during or as a result of the bombardments. More shamefully, the Impaler went on to attack Blue Hole, Chahar, and Claremont without even bringing ground forces with it, bombarding these planets severely. though not as thoroughly as Blackjack. The claim made by the Star Admiral was that these trials were launched against the planets in order to disorganize their defenders, or those seeking to counterattack the Ice Hellions. Miranda de Geode never faced reprimand from within the clan, though Clan Wolf formally attempted to launch a trial of grievance against her for her treacherous acts. The Ice Hellions did nothing to facilitate this. The only other major play made by the Ice Hellions in the latter part of 3051 was the assault on Alina by Beta Galaxy, which was launched simultaneously with the assault on Blackjack. Beta Galaxy was tasked with taking the planet, igniting a rematch that the Ice Hellions hadn't realized they were inviting. Alina was guarded by 2 key regiments, the first being the 10th Lyran Guards, who were under the direct command of one Victor Steiner Davion, the prince who had survived the hell unleashed on Trell. The other was the famed and dangerous 2nd Donegal Guards. Beta Galaxy, despite its setbacks on Trell, had been one of the most competitive and capable forces in the arsenal of Clan Ice Hellion, and with the full force of its clusters, it was easy to imagine that they would, in a direct engagement, overwhelm the 2 regiments on planet, even if the fighting was to be hard. Arriving on world on the 14th, they were put to the test by the defending forces, and found wanting. The first major engagement involved the 121st Hellion Lancers Cluster, once more under Star Colonel Rude, which directly took on the 10th Lyran Guards. Prince Victor Steiner Davion faced down his counterpart, and this time in a more honest fight. 2 days of intense battle followed, before the 121st's back was broken. Star Colonel Rude was even killed in action while fighting against one K. Allard Liao, and the last hours of this firefight. The 90th Strike Irregulars, at the same time, in an engagement in the northernmost part of the planet, faced off against the 2nd Donegal Guards, where the power difference was just too great from the start. The 90th, being immensely undertunned by comparison, tried to use their speed and agility as a formation to catch the 2nd Donegal out of position, only to find themselves directly engaging a much heavier and more durable set of opponents. The clash was a catastrophic failure for the Irregulars, who were forced to pull back, limping back to their dropships within only a day of the war zone becoming active, leaving behind more than their share of dead and wounded. An additional cluster participated in the attack as well, trying to destroy the 10th Lyran in the final days of this conflagration, but it was for naught. The 200th attack cluster had not been present with the rest of the galaxy, instead escorting Asa Taney to an important meeting on Black Earth, but it wouldn't have rebalanced the battle regardless. Unlike their counterparts in Zeta Galaxy, Beta withdrew without using their warship, the Taney, as they had on Trell. No one was aware of the barbarity that had been unleashed on Blackjack, or soon 3 other worlds, or of even worse barbarity to come. But for now, they at least kept a shred of their honor. The setbacks faced by the clan evolved into more fights on the clan council. Worse than just that, though, clans Jade Falcon, Blood Spirit, and Hell's Horses took it upon themselves to punish them for their wayward actions by assaulting their enclaves, just as they had the Cloud Cobras earlier in the year. Con Tyler, being aware of some of the ire he faced in the homeworlds, had already been quietly moving stocks, civilians, and resources to the Inner Sphere before these illegal strikes took place, driving his clan from the homeworlds. Warship assets had been moved too, for what he considered to be his grandest play, one which would forever break the back of House Steiner Davion. By December, his clan was not going to be even attempting any more assaults in their conquest of Terra with battle mechs. No, instead they were to launch what they considered the boldest and most ambitious raid their opponents had ever seen. Every setback they'd faced would be washed away in the glory and ultimate victory they'd received. Their enemies were to tremble before them all too soon. They named the plan Operation Blizzard's Fury. Ilkhan, Eudora. It is over. Con Ulrich Kerensky, 3052. January 8th became a remarkable day in history, representing the arrival of the Fire Mandrills Task Force Beowulf to the Leiston system as the first of the two grand pincers designed to defeat and destroy the Draconis Combine. Victory here, or on Luthien, the other target, would represent the beginning of the end of the Combine's ability to further resist. 10 clusters prepared to descend upon the planet, with 5 being dedicated, frontline, full-strength, battle-tested clusters that had torn the DCMS asunder over the prior 2 years. Kindra Faraday Tonga had swept over the likes of the Ryukin, the Arcab Legion, and the Alshane Regulars on their march towards this moment. Those on the other side of this conflict, from the DCMS, started with some very notable regiments: the 3rd Night Stalkers, the Ryukin San, and surprisingly, the 1st and 2nd Galadon Regulars were all prepared to fight. These 4 regiments were, on their own, totally inadequate to the task of stopping the Fire Mandrill assault, however. But it became clear even before landing that there were more defenders than they imagined. The Fire Mandrills by this time no longer observed Zelbringen against Inner Sphere opponents, given how the conflict had evolved after the death of Kurita Hohiro. However, they did place bids with their opponents, even if they had no intention of withholding any of their forces. It was at this point that they discovered that they were, for the first time, not just facing DCMS-aligned units, but 3 major mercenary units were on planet as well. The first and most prominent of these were Hansen's Rough Riders, and they were under the command of one Colonel Wolfgang Hansen. The unit itself had been mercenaries since the Third Succession War, and had seen some of the most devastating fighting prior to the clan invasion. They were a tough, formidable, mixed regiment with tanks, infantry, and battle mechs. One of the reasons the Federated Commonwealth had sent these forces to aid in the defense of Leiston was that they had had success in the past fighting the Wolf's Dragoons. Next on the list came the Heisen Hotheads, a unit that had partnered with the Rough Riders in their fight against the Dragoons decades prior. The Hotheads themselves were another example of a tough, stubborn unit, and in this case they were led by one Colonel Neas Fitzgerald. Sending the unit into the Combine seemed preferable to firing them, given the recent spats they'd had with the Steiner half of the Federated Commonwealth and their liaison officers. Few mercenaries were exactly going to turn down the kind of pay they'd received to show up here, let alone a direct offer from Hans Davion. And the final, though least noteworthy of the units to be deployed to this vital linchpin defense point, were the Waco Rangers. Another unit that claimed to have experience fighting quality fighters like the Wolf's Dragoons. The Rangers were not exactly the highest caliber of contract seekers, but they did have the experience the Commonwealth wanted, and they were crazy enough to fight and die just to prove how worthy they were of being in the fight. The unit was led by its original commander, Colonel Wayne Waco, much to the disappointment of the other colonels and officers that the Rangers interacted with. By the Draconis Combine's own estimates, they'd assumed that they would need 8 to 10 regiments to match the full strength of the 2 powerful, heavily equipped Galaxy-equivalent formations that they were up against. They had 7. But the quality of the soldiers they had were considered very high, and they had their backs against the wall. On January 10th, the Mandrills made planetfall, intent on launching their grand destiny for the future. On the very same day, Task Force Dragonslayer arrived in the Luthien system, and began burning for the throne world of the Draconis Combine and House Kurita. Sakon Sains declared to the entirety of the assembled clusters that they had been given the greatest honor yet bestowed upon any clan, since the death of the founder of the clans himself, before officially putting forth the bid for Luthien to the defenders. What awaited the 5 galaxies of clan forces was nothing short of a wall of steel and determination. Some of the best units in the entirety of the Combine were on planet for the confrontation. The legendary First Sword of Light was present, representing some of the best troops, but this was far from all. The Dragon's Claws were on hand too, as well as the Otomo, the personal and palace guard regiment of the Coordinator. Many more were on hand as well. The 1st and 2nd Genosha regiments, and the 2nd Legion of Vega, as well as multiple Luthian defense regiments, and 2 specifically built Omega regiments too. Multiple militia regiments were raised as well to hold back the invaders. Perhaps this might not have been enough on its own, despite numbering altogether approximately 18 regiments of various types. That is minus the planet's aerospace defense wings. But there were even yet more here. All 5 regiments of the Wolf's Dragoons, led by the famous Jamie Wolf, had been amongst those sent by Hans Davion to aid the Combine for starters. The Dragoons were the toughest warriors in the entirety of the Inner Sphere side of the conflict at this point, and they also used a combination of Inner Sphere and clan technologies. Their warriors were veterans of multiple campaigns, and could be described as nothing less than elite as far as their quality was concerned. And they were not alone either. The 1st and 2nd Kell Hounds regiments had been deployed as well, being led by almost an equally famous figure in the form of Morgan Kell. The Kell Hounds had faced off against the clans already, and had a fantastic reputation in the field as one of the best mercenary units to come out of House Steiner. Both units had history with House Kurita, the kind of history not easily forgotten, and not easily forgiven. But in this moment, it didn't feel like it mattered. It was do or die for everyone on planet. If the Fire Mandrills found the strength to win, they would open a great wound across the Inner Sphere that might never close. The Supreme Commander of all of the Defenders? Coordinator Kurita Theodore, a grieving father, and one with only one purpose left, to save his people. By January 12th, the first of the Fire Mandrill's forces touched down, as Kindra Pain made its way into the hills and valleys, approaching the Imperial City. The last lifeline of direct traffic to Luthian came through Lyston. Nominally a world which basked in the prosperity of the homeworld of the Combine, it now, finally, after centuries of warfare, was to suffer as many other worlds had in the Inner Sphere upon the landing of Clan Fire Mandrill's forces. Lyston was fairly heavily populated, which made its default strategy to use civilians to build defenses very valid. Others had been drilled to defend things at a primitive level, should cities become battlefields, which they inevitably would. Lyston was a largely temperate planet, and would quickly find every major landmass became a battlefield. The clan's strategy was to be everywhere, and to force their spheroid enemies to commit to various battles they could not win, in an attempt to hold all the important locations on world. Loremaster Federated had seen how the DCMS would grip any land they falsely believed was theirs too often, but he was lured into a false sense of security in this respect. Localized forces did indeed fight for the trees and lesser settlements across the world, but the line regiments didn't commit. Clan intelligence also stated they knew the Galadon regulars were situated near the capital, and fighting was already taking place there, but the other forces had yet to fully be put on display. The reason why, he was only too late to find out, was that the Combine and mercenary forces sought to overwhelm his clusters in localized engagements. The extremely sturdy 1st Battle Cluster had been deployed to a temperate region in order to seize several military strongpoints, as well as a major urban center. This seemed to be underway without a problem until the full weight of the Ryukin and the Hotheads descended upon them. The 1st Battle Cluster was a hardened unit, tempered by years of fighting now, and it didn't simply give way, but they immediately felt the strain of the assault, managing to pull themselves into a defensive posture just to buy time. In order to save the cluster, Faraday ordered the 12th Support Cluster to deploy in order to aid the 1st, but this was his primary reserve from within his own dedicated Kindra. As soon as it arrived that evening, it found itself fighting against the 3rd Night Stalkers almost immediately, now locking 2 clusters into a localized conflict where they were outweighed. And this became even more problematic when the makeshift Kindra he'd been given as his 2nd galaxy was hit by a brutal series of raids as they prepared to redeploy to tip the conflict in their favor. The enemies that performed this were the Rough Riders and Rangers. By the morning of the 12th of January, the first battle cluster had been completely destroyed, and the 12th support cluster, or what was left of it, had barely managed to get back to their dropships. The fighting became more intense over the course of 3 days, as Mark Faraday redeployed his warriors to attempt to destroy the regulars defending the capital, refocusing all efforts where he could. The urban environment was not ideal, but it was his primary choice now. Fighting descended into the streets as the regulars were savaged, almost being entirely removed from the order of battle, but the Combine and mercenaries had also redeployed. And too late did Faraday realize that this now put his forces entirely out of position. The battle continued. The 3rd Night Stalkers were almost entirely killed in the fighting, and the 2nd Galadon regulars were, with the 1st being savaged as well. At the apex of the fight, Faraday led the famed Kindra Faraday Tanga Command Trinary against the Rough Riders, in what seemed to be a doomed cluster assault by the Fire Mandrills, dragging a reserve cluster along with him for the strike. The Rough Riders were forced back and took heinous damage, with Colonel Wolfgang Hansen being shot out of his mech. As the Rough Riders were depleted, having lost almost 2/3 of their mech forces, Faraday aimed for the finishing blow after wiping out their primary tank battalion. Eliminating enemy forces independently was the plan, and it seemed to be working in the Mandrill's favor finally, until the Lore Master's forces were struck in the flank, out of the city, by an unreliable yet dangerous Waco Rangers. Lore Master Faraday, in his badly damaged Executioner, was forced to face down Colonel Wayne Waco in a desperate battle, along with their respective units. Already worn from fighting the Rough Riders, the Elite Command Trinary, and the remnants of the support cluster they deployed with were turned into wreckage, as the carnage of the units colliding exploded into destruction and chaos. Faraday himself was killed in action in this deployment after his mech suffered severe engine damage and lost containment of its fusion core. With their commanding officer killed, and with their forces already torn up badly, the remaining clusters of the 2 shallow remnants of the 2 functional galaxies that attacked Lyston began to withdraw, a process neither the Combine nor the mercenaries were keen to allow to happen cleanly. By the time they finished their departure, only 15% of the initial forces managed to get off-world, and mostly being comprised of low-level warriors, as much of the officer class had died in the clashes that took place on planet. Luthien was not engaged with a scattershot approach. Sakan Naresh knew all too well that this was a battle for the beating heart of the Combine, which meant the capital city itself. Landing near the Imperial City would be near impossible, which meant it needed to be approached from the ground. Hills, lakes, valleys, and small forests were the main obstacles in their path towards final victory. With 5 galaxy equivalents to hand, with a fully unified command structure, Naresh knew he had the force to overwhelm the defenders, but it was to be a costly conquest all the same. There were no raids planned to strike out at Luthien Armor Works. There were no plans to disrupt other locations on planet. Everything was being put into play to win, decisively where they needed to. Other locations could be taken into account later, after the planet's defenders were crushed, and after the capital was seized. The first notable contact with the enemy was on the Terracana Plains, and this rapidly escalated over the hours to come. Clusters and regiments began to probe one another with a series of small attacks, before a major spoiling effort was launched by the Hounds' 2nd Regiment, attempting to catch the 2nd Battle Cluster of Pain in a poor position. The clash was brutal, but neither side appeared the victor before the Hounds finally pulled back. Fighting continued until the Mandrills found the Kuritans had extensively mined the plains themselves, with multiple battle mechs being disabled or destroyed upon stumbling upon these fields. As paths were found going forward, the clan attackers grew more frustrated with raids and ambushes as they negotiated the traps laid in their path. But the spheroids hardly had it all their own way. 2 reserve regiments, committed too early, were caught and badly mauled by Kindra Sains as they relentlessly forged their path ahead. A skirmish broke out into a battle as the Hounds were regrouping, and they were caught by Kindra Payne Bile Grant. only to find that the First Sword of Light had to come to their aid, along with another Combine Militia regiment. The firefight that ensued in the hills edging the plains was intense, but short, as the Inner Sphere side aimed for this engagement to be a fighting withdrawal. Kendra Payne Bile Grant unfortunately found, much to their horror, that once they'd completely driven the three forces back, they were subject to an intense artillery bombardment, badly savaging one of their clusters. Other engagements flared up across the path towards the city, diminishing the defenders in most instances more than the attackers, barring significant incidents of planted explosives and mines. But the pathway to the capital seemed to be now open. Naresh determined, along with his second, Garrett Sains, that to take the capital would require most of their forces to plunge towards the city, like a knife into the body of their victim. There would be no real reserves either, for Kendra were to clash directly into the very heart of the enemy's defense. The honor of being the first into the city, however, was to fall to Kendra Payne, the Ilkhan's own elite force, which was to bypass much of the fighting and take the city from behind, while the majority of enemy forces were otherwise engaged. The Battle of the Kato-Gucci Valley was to be the deciding action not only for the invasion of the planet, but perhaps for the invasion of the Inner Sphere, and no other clash matched its ferocity since the Second Succession War. The confidence of the Fire Mandrills remained unshaken as they made this final push. What their galaxy columns found, however, was a massed force of such power that it shocked even them. Militia units, mercenaries, elite formations, and fanatical defenders stood in opposition. As the two sides collided, it changed the very face of the Inner Sphere for decades to come. In the capital, too, Kendra Payne emerged, before fighting back several reserve units on their quest into the city, only to find themselves at odds not only with these raised defenders, but with the very powerful Otomo, the defenders of House Kurita itself. Hours dragged in both regions. Regiments and clusters were shattered in the fighting. The First Swords of Light were almost entirely destroyed, along with the 2nd Calhound Regiment. The Wolf's Dragoons stepped in directly as well, finally committing to the battle, and saw 3 of their own regiments badly crippled, bordering on being destroyed, as hell was unleashed by both sides. Kendra's seemed to be only damaged during the fighting at first. Naresh and his forces were on the cusp of a great victory, it seemed. That was until a combined push struck back, hitting directly at Kendra Sains in the valley, just as it overextended. The Wolf's Dragoons, Calhounds, and Jinyosha not only speared into the formation when it was tired, and had pushed too far, but also caught it in a bad location as well. Multiple tired clusters were broken as the best that the Inner Sphere had to offer punished them for this error. Garrett Sains himself was notably killed in battle against the Kellhounds, with some attributing his mech's destruction to Colonel Morgan Kell's archer. With his death, the Kendra began to rout, and other formations were too tied down in the fighting to stop it. Sakan Naresh tried his best to rally his warriors, taking his Keshek and attempting to hold the line, only for that line to be broken by the Jinyosha and Wolf Dragoons. Naresh himself died in this attempt. With his death, immediate squabbling broke out between the remaining Kendra leaders and Star Colonels, and the entire line buckled. A complete rout unfurled quickly thereafter. The dragon, keen for vengeance, pursued their enemies vigorously, killing as many as they could as a reprisal for 2 years of suffering and war. Less than 1 in 10 fire mandrills from these 4 galaxies, be they elementals or Mechwarriors, made it to the dust-off site for extraction, and several dropships were even downed in emergency evacuations as the entire campaign fell apart. Most grimly of all, Kendra Payne, trapped in the Imperial City, the very Kendra which the Ilkhan herself descended from, fought to the last warrior. There was no path for escape, only a final, grim end of warriors attempting to die with honor as portions of line regiments turned from the fleeing Mandrills to reinforce the Otomo. All totaled, the Fire Mandrills inflicted horrendous casualties on their enemies, depleting defending units by absurd figures, with almost 70% of DCMS forces and 80% of mercenary forces being injured or killed. The losses for their own part, however, were catastrophic and unrecoverable. There was no one left even to record our failures. There is no Clan Fire Mandrill. Last publicly attributed words of Eudora Payne, 3052. The defeats on Leiston and Luthien were beyond catastrophic. Even worse than that for Operation Revival, they were in fact a death sentence for Clan Fire Mandrill. To understand why, we just have to look at the fallout of these deaths. The entirety of Kindra Payne had been destroyed, barring Eudora's personal Kashek. Yet more devastating still, all the remaining Kindra in the Inner Sphere were now empty husks of their former selves. This was further compounded by the fact that almost every senior officer was killed, creating a political vacuum that could not be filled. Eudora was still the Khan and Ilkhan, just the political allies she'd brought along with her. All of the Kindra leaders and officers she relied on to keep the clan working together were now dead. The clan had, in terms of officers, in the Inner Sphere, where most of their tumen was situated, a total of 3 star colonels, and barely a dozen remaining star captains in the entirety of its first and second line forces. Salhama and garrison forces bolstered this slightly, but these warriors and the units that contained them were hardly a political force within the clan. Materially, each Kindra had been reduced to the size of a small cluster, if they functionally existed at all. Kindra Sains, once the most powerful in the entire clan outside of Kindra Payne, numbered 2 binaries in total. Only Kindra leader Alessandro Klein, of Kindra Klein, survived, by virtue of the fact that he remained as the overseer of the clan homeworld enclaves of Clan Fire Mandrill. The Ilkhan heard the fate of her tumen only 48 hours after their catastrophic defeat, at the very beginning of 3052. Hours passed as the full scope of the crisis began to unfold. Clan Fire Mandrill had already been dredging every Sibco cadet it could from the homeworlds and promoting them to warrior status to inflate their tumen as it was. Not only had the officers and warriors been wiped out across the clan, but the resources to have any recovery were already largely spent, and it would take at least half a decade to recuperate. That was a half a decade Eudora and her clan simply did not have. As the word of the defeat and its scope spread throughout the clan occupation zone, it inevitably would make its way to the Grand Council. Almost immediately her leadership was put into question, not only of the Ilkhanship, but of her own Khanship. Challenges to her leadership hadn't taken place locally, if only because there were no officers in any organized capacity to do so. On February 2nd, 3052, Star Captain Rena Sains declared herself Khan of Clan Fire Mandrill, broadcasting this across the occupation zone. In her declaration, she listed the near-endless faults and grievances she had towards Eudora for allowing the catastrophe to happen as well. And before it could be shut down, it spread like wildfire. Rena was only the first. Star Captain Ledon Jewel, Heather Tananga, Simone Angharobis, Zachary Bush, Mark Faraday, and Star Colonel Bodhi Bile all declared themselves Khan within the fractured units that survived either Leiston or Luthien. Even more tragically, these forces had all regrouped at Port Arthur, and now, amongst themselves, had begun fighting as warriors picked sides between the various Khans they chose from. Several others declared themselves during this process, whose decrees did not make it into any formal communication. The problem was, the contagion spread throughout the clan. Salhama Mechwarriors or Elementals in some instances, left to steward many conquests the Fire Mandrills had taken, began declaring themselves Khan in absence of Eudora being able to accept their trials. By February 14th, several warship captains and admirals then further declared themselves Khan of Clan Fire Mandrill. The clan council of Fire Mandrill had functionally ceased to exist as of the Battle of Luthien, making all of this power-grabbing simply stage theater. These naval forces too began fighting amongst themselves, and even bombarding ground forces that didn't recognize their claims. The only warships that remained loyal to Pain were the Reaver, the flagship of the fleet, and the Fire Eater. The Fire Mandrill fleet was not nearly as significant as their fellow clans, but these vessels could turn the tide of a war with spheroids. As all of this chaos was unfurling, the final declaration arrived. The homeworld enclaves themselves declared for Alessandro Klein to be Khan. All of these self-appointed bloodlettings were cast without a single trial, simply recognizing that their own council had failed utterly, with the death of most of the Tumen, in the climactic battles for the dragon's last bastions. The Goliath Scorpions too were dragged into the chaos, fighting so-called Khans of various factions of Clan Fire Mandrill, all while they tried to figure out what had exactly happened, and who was really in charge. The Homeworld Enclave, too, lashed out in short raids against other clans as well, trying to wrestle Sibcos away from them in an attempt to build Klein's power base and the future of the clan. This more often than not went terribly wrong, only further weakening the clan in the homeworlds. On February 18th, Eudora convened the Grand Council, remotely, describing with a lack of details the tragedy that had unfolded on Luthien, all while not addressing the dozens of claimants to her position within her own clan. Instead of delving into this, though, she opted to begin promising that new opportunities for clans to join the invasion were being opened. This proposal was not met with the acclaim she'd hoped for. Instead, other Khans demanded to know what precisely happened on Luthien, even the clans she sought to gain security from, by inviting them into her corridor, much as she had the Goliath Scorpions. Reluctantly, Eudora admitted that the Fire Mandrills had faced severe losses and had shortfalls of replacements. It was at this point that Khan Kerensky of Clan Wolf asked Eudora if she was still the legitimate Khan of Clan Fire Mandrill in the face of what had happened, and in the face of her clan's fragmentation. This was done in full view of the council. The Ilkhan was unable to answer the question. She merely lowered her head. Shortly thereafter, the council voted to remove her as Ilkhan. She did not challenge the motion. Within days of the defeat before her peers, Clan Smoke Jaguar and several others launched assaults on the Mandrill's home enclaves, scavenging yet another corpse as the stability of the homeworlds frayed yet further. Before the end of February, the clan had ceased to exist in any meaningful form. According to records, even though remnants of the clan persisted, these fragments were little better than petty warlords and pirates to be brushed aside. The moment Eudora was removed as Ilkhan, it's considered the moment Clan Fire Mandrill simply ceased to exist. Eudora had fled her own occupation zone with her warships and what few ground forces remained loyal to her. These troops eventually pledged themselves to Clan Cloud Cobra. Eudora, though, was not amongst them, and was said to have left her dropship on Trondheim and simply disappeared into a sea of Inner Sphere civilians. Those under her direct command did not rebel, or even carry out some form of justice on her. She departed. It was noted that she said she didn't deserve an honorable end for her failings. Death in obscurity was the judgment she placed upon herself, and this was the last thing expressed within the remembrance of Clan Fire Mandrill.
You complain that we are falling behind, but when we put in any effort to keep up, you complain that it is somehow Desgra. Can you do anything other than complain? I do not recall reading anything in the Remembrance that condemns the use of warships. But there are more than enough to condemn your self-serving actions. Khan Stephen Tyler, in a personal exchange with Ilkhan Ulrich Kerensky, 3052.
Things had gone poorly for Clan Ice Hellion throughout the invasion, even if it was never admitted by the prideful clan. Deprived of their homeworld assets, barely able to progress against their Steiner Davion opponents, and viewed with derision by their fellow clanners, a radical approach was attempted at the beginning of 3052. The only truly successful actions they'd had since the middle of 3051 had been with the use of warships. And this was increasingly seen as a solution to the clan's problems. While they did not possess ships in abundance in comparison to clans such as Snowraven, they still had 13 operational warships of various sizes and power. The mighty McKenna-class battleship named Cage's Pride. The most egregious and brazen criminal campaign the Ice Hellions ever imagined was brewed on their now capital world of Apollo. Ironically, this was the former home of the RimWorld's Republic's government. Operation Blizzard's Fury was conceived as a means to defeat the Federated Commonwealth through the use of strategic assets. It was to bring destruction to their primary war industries, and also to annihilate their political leadership and symbols of political power. They'd use their only remaining advantage, the one thing that never gave way: their warships. This shift in military strategy looked suspiciously like the Ice Hellions came to the same conclusion that the Lords of the Star League did upon its collapse. Ironically enough, flying in the face of everything that Alexander Kerensky warned about in regards to warfare. Without any shred of genuine honor, with a plan born of their endless ego, and with the barest of clan laws protecting their actions, 2 clan aerospace stars were assembled. More specifically, warship stars. Each was to be comprised of 5 dedicated vessels, as well as having support carrier dropships with additional fighter escorts and supplies. No armies would dare to marshal on their borders with the 3 remaining ships at home either, and these 2 stars were to stab into the very heart of the former Lyran Commonwealth. It was the largest single proposed Void campaign the Inner Sphere would have seen in centuries. And even amongst the clans, this was a large movement. Star Admiral Kim Hasprin was given command of the first star, and given the honor of launching a trial of possession against the military and industrial resources on several worlds, as well as the capital of Tharkad. The second star was given to the newly promoted Star Admiral Lucius Cage, and was given a series of planetary targets as well, with his fleet's final destination being almost all the way to the very core of the Inner Sphere, Hesperus II. The ships had departed before the end of 3051, making their way towards unknowing targets. Recharging stations were destroyed in many of the inhabited systems they journeyed through on the way to their goals. Word and terror began to spread across the Federated Commonwealth after Coventry was assaulted. This key world faced the horrors of orbital bombardments, with their military bases and Coventry metalworks being leveled to the ground. The final act of lashing out on behalf of the Hellions was the destruction of the planet's HPG station, but this did not happen before images were fired across the network, showing the horrors of what was being unleashed. Numerous worlds were struck as well, based on old clan intelligence from the Star League about which planets had major manufacturing centers on them. Vehicle, mech, dropship, and aerospace production were all badly mauled in the path of destruction that went through over 4 months. By early March, despite every possible asset being brought to Tharkad's defense, the planet faced orbital bombardment from Hasprin's fleet. During the intense fighting over the system, multiple fighter craft and even dropships were lost on behalf of the clans. But the warships arrived to their firing points unhindered, leveling the royal palace, blasting major manufacturing centers, and destroying military assets, and of course, its HPG station. Several major civilian areas nearby were also badly destroyed. Melissa Steiner and her family had been taken away from the planet weeks earlier, despite their protests, as Hans Davion demanded an evacuation for all members of the government, and especially the royal family. There was just nothing they could do to truly stop this madness. The same fate was now on course to take place in the Hesperus 2 system, when Star Admiral Lucius Cage's Naval Star arrived. Hours after the ships entered system, however, the planetary HPG fired a message to another location, and changed the history of the Inner Sphere forever.
Detach escorts, and tell them to prepare against planet-launched dropships and fighters. They will attempt to engage us near Hesperus 3, if they have any sense to speak of. We must not let them delay our progress to the primary target. Prepare to send our Bachal officially to the planet's defenders. They will know that this is an honorable trial.
Understood, Star Admiral. This cannot be right. No.
What is it, Star Commander?
Emergent signatures!
How many jump ships?
The mass is too large. These are warship signatures.
That cannot be possible. Is it the wolves? Have they gone so mad to challenge us here? Are they truly so lost as to intervene on these freeburst behalves?
Unknown vessels are now confirmed. Unknown identification signatures.
These ships are beginning to take on an attack formation. By Kerensky. Multiple battlecruisers confirmed. 6 vessels in total. They're broadcasting to us.
Get them to identify themselves!
Peace of Blake be with you. I am Presenter Marcus Bouillon of the Blessed Order of Comstar. Hellion warships, on behalf of both the Presenter Marshal and the Primus of Comstar, you are hereby ordered to power down your ships and surrender. Failure to comply will result in your destruction.
April 2nd, 3052. The beginnings of the 15th Battle of Hesperus.
A Comstar fleet arrived in system, and there was a moment of complete disbelief on behalf of both the Ice Hellions, and equally so for the local Steiner Davion officials. An inner sphere power with such vessels had not been seen since the fires of the Second Succession War raged. Their arrival to defend the Federated Commonwealth from clan barbarians was yet more stunning. The two fleets were very closely matched, when factoring in the clan's advantages in escort dropships and their general crew skill, versus the Comguard's fleet advantage in raw firepower and tonnage. Under the command of Lucius Cage, there was the Chaos Sailor, an Aegis-heavy cruiser, with its complement of dropships, and this was the command ship of the fleet. Supporting her was first of all Pack Leader, a York-class carrier, along with its complement of dropships. Then there was Moore's Honor, an Essex-class destroyer, followed up by the Impaler, a Lola 3 destroyer, and finally the Swiftbait, a Fredassa-class corvette. In opposition to the Ice Hellions, Presenter Marcus Bouillon had the fearsome Blake's Vengeance as their flagship, a Sovietsky Soyuz class battlecruiser. This mighty vessel was only further enhanced by the presence of the Harmonious Thought, a second Sovietsky Soyuz class warship. Both ships had a complement of carriers and attack dropships attached to them as well. Supporting this pair of monsters further was the Swift Justice, Comstar's own Aegis-heavy cruiser. These heavier ships were then enhanced by the Starlight and Hammerstrike, a pair of Essex-class destroyers, and the Firefang, a Whirlwind-class destroyer. The two fleets would make contact near Hesperus 3, as the Ice Hellions played for time while desperately trying to find an engagement approach that would give them the advantage over their heavier and slightly more numerous opponents. Fire streaked through the system as warship weaponry was used as it was originally intended, to engage other warships. In this first exchange, the Hellions managed to position themselves as intended, and it was the hammer strike that began to burn in the void as she took serious fire from the Chaos Sailor. Dropships and fighters too began their deadly engagements with one another in this vicious space battle between worlds. Another volley was exchanged, and then another, as warships on both sides plotted out their positions to optimize their own firepower. Once another engagement was joined, the hammer strike was utterly destroyed, while the Firefang took on excessive damage. It appeared as though the heavier Comstar ships just simply couldn't line up their fire or concentrate it throughout the battle. That was until Blake's Vengeance caught the Swiftbait, shortly after the hammer strike was left in ruin. As the smallest ship in the Clan Star, it was utterly annihilated from a storm of fire and light from the deadly battlecruiser. Within a few moments, however, the Firefang lost its engines and was blasted out of the void in a series of follow-up bombardments. Moore's Hunters suffered next, though, as Swift Justice and Harmonious Thought bombarded the destroyer until it was left in pieces. For its trouble, however, the Swift Justice was rammed by a half-disabled Clan dropship, badly damaging its port and allowing the Chaos Sailor to take advantage, ripping into the other heavy cruiser repeatedly before the entire frame of the vessel was split in half. Pack Leader and its dropships were brought into range of Blake's Vengeance during these violent trading of blows, and found itself outmatched, even with its escorts. Too far away to do much to support it, the Clan Star could only look on as the carrier was utterly annihilated. The Chaos Sailor's reign of terror was not yet ended in the fight, though. As it rabidly tried to keep its fleet together, it turned its guns on the Starlight along with the Impaler, disabling the Comguard vessel in the void, before the Sailor was finally caught out of position by the Harmonious Thought. A vicious series of shots took place between the two cruisers, but the Harmonious Thought simply had the advantage in weaponry and weight, and that concluded in the Aegis Heavy cruiser being whittled away until it was nothing. The Impaler moved to protect it, and tried to pour its broadsides into the Harmonious Thought, but it too then found itself in danger as Blake's Vengeance descended upon it. In the final devastating shots of what was now recorded as the 15th Battle of Hesperus, the Chaos Sailor began to lose power, before it was completely obliterated in one final barrage. Minutes later, Blake's Vengeance ironically took vengeance upon the Impaler for its many crimes against the Inner Sphere, and shattered its hull in a series of brutal blows, putting an end to the battle. The remaining escort craft were mopped up shortly thereafter, though losses amongst the escorts for the Comguards had been awful as well. By the end, the two remaining Comstar battlecruisers were damaged but functional, and would need time at the Titan dockyards to repair. They also still had a disabled destroyer that had not been entirely destroyed. The Ice Hellions themselves wouldn't even realize they'd lost the entire star until June of the same year. But when the Ice Hellions did hear about this, it was already too late for them, for their invasion corridor would no longer be their own. Thank you, Ilkhan Kerensky. We are honored. Clan Starrider has been prepared to intervene for some time. We will not disappoint. Sakan Raziel Lefabar, February 19th, 3052. Ulrich Kerensky, now as Ilkhan, presided over what was in absolute terms a complete disaster. The clan homeworlds had been independently functionally abjuring the weaker invasion clans, without doing so through the council, having clearly picked up on the gangster-style tactics that the Starriders had used earlier on, and it was only further fed by Eudora's Ilkhanship after the deposing of Leo Showers. This only accelerated how quickly the invasion clans had begun to fail. The Cloud Cobra's ability to launch offensive operations was more or less over, and now they were dependent on Clan Wolf's logistics train to even maintain their standing. In a grim irony considering who had been Ilkhan only a short time beforehand, Clan Fire Mandrill was now vacant on the council, with no one being sure if there even was such a thing anymore, as their homeworld holdings were being greedily snatched up by the other contained, furious clans that had lost their opportunities to invade. All while Clan Ice Hellion had debased and destroyed the reputation of the clans through their rampant use of warships, using the vaguest of justifications of clan law to entirely circumvent the spirit of their traditions, devolving into the basest cowards one could imagine. And it was only now February when Ulrich assessed this. He warned the clans that to invade the Inner Sphere was a mistake, and that the repercussions could be devastating. What was now on display was in fact even worse than he could have imagined. Tensions in the homeworlds were rising as power blocks were amassing support. The invasion itself was beginning to truly fail, and the only future seemed to either be ending Operation Revival altogether, or expanding it, but the latter would just add more chaos without necessarily changing any outcomes. In the Grand Council, he announced that the clans were as of now broken and lacked unity. It was important to note that he barely won the election, and likely only did so on the strength of the wolf standing in the Inner Sphere. Given the dire nature at the front, his election, much like Eudora's before him, was not done in the homeworlds themselves, and this did little to ingratiate him to the clans that did not support his ascension. Ilkhan Kerensky had to take decisive action, considering the scale and scope of the problems that his predecessors had left behind for him. He wanted to address each problem independently. He informed Clan Goliath Scorpion that the entirety of the Fire Mandrill occupation zone was rightfully theirs now to defend. This was extremely problematic though, given that the Scorpions only had 2 galaxies to defend it immediately, and the fact that many Fire Mandrills had become warlords of various planets or regions. Khan Nikolai Derjassi of the Goliath Scorpions was infuriated by what had happened over the prior 30 days. His clan's Tauman was divided poorly between the homeworlds and the Inner Sphere, and while Alpha and Beta galaxies were well equipped, they could not manage the absolute chaos of the situation. He formally requested that the Star Adders be inserted into the Inner Sphere as a result, implying but not outright stating that he wanted them to go into the Combine Theater. The Adders, in the estimation of the new Ilkhan, were to be used to deal with a greater problem. Clan Ice Hellion had disgraced themselves, and Clan Wolf, while much more powerful, could do little about it. Even as Ulrich drew his reserves over the prior year into the theater, he didn't have the political power to simply destroy the Hellions. Too many on the council would reject a trial of absorption of the clan, if for no other reason than to spite him. So he announced that Clan Star Adder was to be activated in whatever capacity it could be. Adder forces had been waiting at the edge of the periphery for years now, and a significant force could be injected wherever the clan required. He proposed they be given the planet of Barcelona. Immediately, Steven Tyler protested, and quite angrily, even as a hologram. He denounced Kerensky as a politicking coward, attempting to sabotage his clan by giving away all that they had earned to Clan Star Adder. The rant went on for almost 6 minutes, describing how the Star Adders were little better than traitors without honor, as well as how wholly inappropriate it was to deploy reserves to his corridor when the Fire Mandrills had collapsed. Con Tyler was silenced by Ulrich before he could continue, who pointed out to him that the Star Adders hadn't diminished their honor nearly as much as the Ice Hellions, and that if he had a problem with his command over the front line, he could challenge him over it. Kerensky had just won the Ilkhanship, after all, and the Ice Hellions had little else to say, outside of apparently glaring at the rest of the council, before departing. Few assumed that Clan Ice Hellion, a tired, spent clan dependent on warships, could do much beyond protest. For the Wolves' part, they began seeing signs of increasing activity across their near abroad, which indicated major enemy troop movements. All the signs were there for a powerful attack, and it made sense to Ulrich that it was to be directed at the Rasalhagian occupation zone. With his own warriors on alert, and with the Cloud Cobras at their back, all they could do was prepare. To go on the offensive in the face of it, while other fronts seemed to be in the midst of collapse, was mad. This counteroffensive directed towards his region could even be politically useful, as a showing to the clans that there should be a trial, or peace in the near future, to determine the whole outcome of the campaign.
Khan Graves, welcome to Barcelona. What forces do you bid in your Bachal in order to take possession of this world?
Bachal? This planet is ours by right, Can Tyler. We have been given this as a base of operations in order to fulfill the objectives of Operation Revival. You were in the council meeting, Quiaf.
Let the records show that you have refused our Bachal. What is to come now is no one's fault but your own. You snakes believe yourselves to be our betters, when you are little more than dark caste, exploiting everyone else for your own gain. Did you not think we wouldn't notice such a brazen act of treachery? Did you not think we would not see your game? The time of your reckoning is upon you. The time for you to pay for your dishonors has arrived, and vengeance will be... The beginnings of Khan Stephen Tyler's declaration upon the arrival of the Star Adders in the Barcelona system, June 25th, 3052.
Being snubbed earlier by Ilkhan Leo Showers, and then later by Ilkhan Eudora Payne, the Star Adders had been left to simply rot at the back of the invasion corridor for the most part. Their own supply lines were stretched to their limits as ships repeatedly had to come back and forth down the Exodus Road to provide them with core components for an operation that might never come. The frustration of the clan grew with every passing year that had been left in the lurch, even as their forces massed in greater and greater volumes, preparing for their moment to strike at their inner sphere adversaries. The leadership of the clan, Khans Grave and Lefabar, were at the end of their credibility within their clan, when the new Ilkhan, Ulrich Kerensky, allowed them to enter into the war. Graves had assumed with the collapse of Clan Fire Mandrill that they were going to be finding their footing fighting against the Combine, but instead they were put into the position of being the reserves for Clan Ice Hellion. The Adders knew what the Ice Hellions had been doing, and they also knew that the entire front had become little more than a disgrace. The signal was sent loudly and clearly to the two Khans during their meeting, however. Clan Ice Hellion had failed, and it was their job to salvage the theater, given that the Wolves couldn't. There was no love lost between their clans, but the Adders took it as a vote of confidence from their commander, and one which may have made them better partners over the long term. After all, Clan Wolf were the only ones who made any progress towards the goals of Operation Revival, as far as the Adders could tell at this point. When the Adders departed in June, it was in carefully chosen waves of jump ships and warships. Barcelona was, after all, just a staging ground and base of operation, but they needed to get to work right away. Plans were put into motion to hit Clermont, Bluehold, Chahar, Zhongshan, and then to break out towards Dia, Great X, and Blumenort. This was intended as a rapid series of strikes before they'd reform, and begin the process of moving towards Dustball, in order to create a massive pocket of largely isolated Federated Commonwealth systems. It'd be simple for their forces to accomplish, especially because they just had so many. With so few restrictions now in the invasion, Clan Starradder intended to put its huge, drilled army to work. Upon the first wave arriving in system, however, they were met by more than a surprise. 8 clan warships were already waiting for them, massed together near the system's gas giant. The most terrifying of all of them was the Cage's pride, a McKenna. Whether the Adders knew it or not, this was the entirety of the Ice Hellions' warships, after their campaign to destroy huge swathes of the Federated Commonwealth's industrial and military capabilities. A tense message was delivered by Con Tyler of Clan Ice Hellion to the Staradders, who were in a state of almost disbelief as a 30-minute rant was thrown at them. Every perceived slight by the Council was laid at their feet, along with no end of disdain for their clan, and their clan's, quote, lack of honor, unquote. By the end of it, Con Tyler had declared a War of Grievance against Clan Starradder during this most furious of greetings. The only problem that Con Tyler now faced was that he was hurling accusations at the Staradders, as their fleet was growing in size before his very eyes. The first of the Adder vessels to arrive in system were a number of jump ships, with only one minding warship, but the Staradders had brought significantly more naval power with them, and of all ship types. Almost 3/4 of Clan Staradder's entire Tumen and fleet were a part of the broad flotilla making its way to Barcelona. Heavy warships began to arrive, such as the Absolute Truth, a Night Lord-class battleship, as well as the Admiral William S. Preston, a Black Lion-class battlecruiser, a ship procured from the Steel Vipers, now flying the Staradder banner, the Dark Asp, another Night Lord-class vessel, as well as the Steel Python, and Aegis were present as well. Before the day of June 25th was done, the Ice Hellions found numbers heavily stacked against them. As ships continued to arrive, they'd faced not one warship, or 3 as they'd anticipated, but 12, 2 full 6-ship stars. And all of these warships were more formidable than the majority of the ships the Hellions possessed, save for their flagship. What began as an ambush rapidly devolved into the Ice Hellions making a break to evacuate the system. 2 brief encounters were met in the void as several Ice Hellion escort dropships were blasted out of the sky. The Hellion's Pride, an Ice Hellion Fredassa-class corvette, ironically was the first warship to be undone by the enraged Staradders. The Whelp followed suit, being caught out of position from the rest of the fleet when it attempted to draw fire from the Taney. The Ice Hellion fleet, through maneuver and through positioning, managed to escape the jaws of their now dangerous enemy, slipping from the system on June 28th. However, before they did so, Con Graves had already begun an emergency session with the Grand Council. Clan Ice Hellion had rebuked the Council and attacked his forces, laying dishonorably in ambush. The Staradders immediately proposed for a trial of absorption against Clan Ice Hellion to be declared, and bid that his clan be the one to do it, especially given it was now impossible for his clan to do anything except fight Clan Ice Hellion going forwards. Despite the fractures and fissures emerging in the homeworlds, as almost open conflict was beginning to break out by this point, and despite the other clans being embroiled in a desperate struggle to survive in the invasion corridor, the motion passed unanimously. The Ice Hellions had become a problem for everyone, one too many times. They'd been forgiven or ignored enough. They were too tarnished to go forward. Clan Staradder was to be the ones given the honor of absorbing and destroying what remained of the Ice Hellions. When the news was received by the Hellions themselves, it was shocking for some, but hardly for a minority of others who believed the clan had been driving down the road of self-destruction for far too long. The entire operational objective of the Staradders turned from the invasion of the Federated Commonwealth to the wholesale destruction of Clan Ice Hellion. Operation Venom was planned within 48 hours of their victory in Barcelona, and involved hammering the Ice Hellions so that they would never recover. Any and all opposition was to be utterly smashed. At their command, the Star Adders had Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, Epsilon, Tau, and Kappa galaxies. Tau and Kappa had been mostly comprised of huge numbers of Steel Viper forces and Sibcos that they had seized through their prior campaign. They'd swelled to over 60 clusters overall in size between 3049 to 3052. And now, that impressive force was going to be unleashed upon the Hellions. The harrowing of Bone Norman took place in July of 3052, along with the fall of Erewhon, seeing the defenders on these planets being utterly vanquished. The Ice Hellions' Zeta Galaxy as a whole was annihilated only a few days later, between the battles for Somerset and Anywhere. Theta Galaxy, which had yet to see service on the front lines, was destroyed on Apollo by Star Adder's Epsilon Galaxy, in what was a brief and brutal confrontation. Several Hellion warships, too, were lost as the Adder fleet gave chase, with skirmishes taking place in multiple systems such as Black Earth, Beta, and Bootler, before the mighty Cage's Prize was cornered above Twycross, and was destroyed in a final, pitched battle, where it and the Taney were both lost to the Ice Hellions, and left as irretrievable wreckage. Star Admiral Kim Hasbrin met her fate finally here, answering for her many crimes against civilians and targets that had no right to be attacked throughout the entirety of Operation Revival. All of this said nothing of the battles emerging all across the Federated Commonwealth border, too. Into August, the campaign turned into a strange, three-way conflict as AFFC forces injected themselves in a meaningful offensive towards Twycross. This assault came to a close after only 30 days of fighting, as the Star Adders simply outnumbered their opponents sufficiently enough to drive them back with their own counteroffensive. After doing so, they drove the stake further into the heart of the Hellions. Though, to be clear, Con Steven Tyler did manage to pull off a series of impressive victories. On Trell, the Star Adders Alpha Galaxy was outfought by their Ice Hellions equivalent. In the brutal combat that emerged, starting with a series of ambushes, Con Steven Tyler personally killed Con Drake Graves. No Bachals were declared and no mercy was offered when Graves fell in his gargoyle. It was considered an undignified end, and one done through an act of cowardice by clan standards. LaFabre was selected to replace him as Khan almost immediately, as the clan did not see Graves' death as a failure on his part, nor a failure of his leadership, but as an act of an honorless dog of an opponent. The Star Adders Alpha Galaxy as a whole survived and was redeployed, even in its somewhat diminished state, to the Wolf Occupation Zone only a month later to help stave off the growing crisis there. Later on, Gamma Galaxy was shredded by the Hellions' Beta Galaxy on Bootler, functionally removing the galaxy from the order of battle. But these setbacks were short-lived. In the face of these victories, sadly, the Hellions' Delta Galaxy was pinned down and utterly crushed, on ironically, Last Chance, on August 17th, 3052, by the now Con LaFabre, who was in command of Epsilon Galaxy at the time. After this triumph, the Ice Hellions had two semi-functional formations left, Alpha and Beta, which were still being commanded by their remaining Cons. They only had a handful of smaller warships remaining, and no flagstaff still alive amongst their warship crews. Con Asa Taney had recommended that the Ice Hellions capitulate to the Star Adders after they received word of the fall of Delta Galaxy. Con Steven Tyler disagreed. We have provisional garrison clusters on a handful of worlds, and aside from that, we have the remnants of Alpha and Beta galaxies. Our supply lines have collapsed, and our remaining forces are isolated. Outside of inflicting losses on the Star Adders, we have nothing to fight for. There is no victory here, Stephen. for the sake of our legacies, the remains of the clan, and the entirety of Operation Revival, we must surrender.
And be relegated to some pitiful galaxy within the Adder's stomach. What honor is there in surrender to these Stravag cowards, and to the Grand Council? A council that did everything to undermine us. No, we will not debase ourselves by seeking surrender. I will not be known as the Khan who pitifully gave his clan away.
If you do not surrender our forces, then I will.
You? And under what authority will you do that exactly, Asa Taney?
I should have done this years ago, when your plans drove us to ruin. I formally issue a trial of grievance against you, Con Stephen Tyler, for your complete failure as a leader of our clan, for your tarnishing of our honor, for turning your back on the ways of the clans, and for condemning our clan to a miserable, pointless death.
So, you have betrayed our cause as well then, Taney. I accept your challenge, but with one stipulation. There will be no mercy in our duel. Let it be to the death. The last true exchange between Sarkhan Asa Taney and Khan Stephen Tyler, the Ice Hellion occupation zone, Gotterdammerung, August 22nd, 3052.
The two Khans met in their battle mechs to decide the fate of the clan on August 22nd. Taney came to battle in an Executioner B, while Tyler chose to come to battle in a Stormcrow C. The duel that ensued was a vicious one, with the Sakan using her superior weight and armor to bully, and the Khan using his superior balance of the armored triangle to strike when needed and to wear down his opponent, while also trying to keep his own mech less damaged. This knife fight lasted almost 15 minutes as the two combatants tried to pin one another down. Eventually, though, there was to be a victor, though how cleanly this duel ended is up for debate. Rumor has it that Stephen Tyler was not defeated honorably in this engagement, as his own warriors, his own Kishik, finally had enough themselves. It is said that they fired on his mech at a key moment, blasting through the Khan's rear plating and causing his reactor to be damaged. This caused chaos in the duel, and left Tyler's mech crippled. After this treachery, Taney's executioner would catch her prey as he turned towards his betrayers, and her mech's autocannon tore the Khan's mech to pieces, before shattering the entire chassis. Fire consumed the fallen Khan's cockpit, with his charred remains being left to rot and the fallen scrap of his mech. It was left there on Gotterdammerung as an idol dedicated to his hubris. Afterwards, Taney did not even seek the title of Khan. She reached out to the Star Adders, asking to surrender. Lefebvre accepted, and the Wars of Grievance, which Tyler had dubbed it, came to an end. Clan Ice Hellion was no more, and what was left was formed into the Hell Galaxy within Clan Star Adder. An ignoble end to a clan with a despicable reputation. Estimates put the enemy's counterpush at no greater than 40 regiments across the entire front. While this will be difficult to weather in some spaces, we will not shed much territory given the strength of our Talman. Our warriors will win much glory on the defense, and once we are able to continue our offensive. What if it is more? More? It is hardly imaginable given their losses. Even at a high, the enemy can have no more than 50 regimental units arrayed against the front. given the size of the observable buildup and their available forces. I say this with respect, but how many regiments do you think they can arrange for this desperate attempt? I think they would not be doing an offensive of this size and scope unless they had overwhelming force to hand. And what does overwhelming force look like, Sakon Kerensky? Well over 100 regiments. An exchange on the bridge of the battlecruiser Direwolf between Star Colonel Vlad Ward of the 11th Wolf Guards and Sakon Natasha Kerensky. July 12th, 3052. It was impossible for their adversaries to entirely conceal their buildup of forces. 4 major components had all massed themselves along the occupation zone, and while the Ice Hellions had somewhat disrupted their opposition through the deep raids into enemy territory that they had launched with their use of their warship stars, such things had not happened across the rest of the front. Still, Clan Wolf 2 had made a number of small raids on their boundaries, testing their opponent's defenses and looking for potential weak points. These 4 great components were born of their enemies, all of whom the clans had failed to eliminate. The doggedly resilient Free Rasalhague Republic was the weakest partner in all of this, but was clearly a part of the build-up to strike back against the clans. During the fighting, Clans Wolf and Cloud Cobra had eliminated multiple professional regiments, as well as militia and garrison forces belonging to the Free Rasalhague Republic. They had no more than 2 regiments available in total fighting assets that could be aggressive, even with support from the outside, and represented the force the Wolves were least concerned about. Only 1 regiment of these line units was of marked quality, namely being the 2nd Dracon, while their other usable asset in this way was a pack of mongrels from rebuilt units, hurriedly assembled and equipped. The next strongest potential opponent was the Draconis Combine, which had been badly savaged by the Fire Mandrills before their collapse. The Wolves were not fully convinced that the Combine could stage a meaningful attack after their brief spring offensive. Against their own small border, the Wolves anticipated almost nothing to arrive in their direction, and thus limited the resources being put into holding Thessalonica, Sovereign Zine, and Kaesong. The third greatest concern, and what the Wolves had thought would be a true wildcard, were mercenary forces. Mercenaries had played a decisive role in hindering campaigns so far, especially in the instances of Tamar, Lyston, and Luthien. In the counteroffensive, planners with information from raids and the Watch estimated that a dozen regiments worth of mercenaries may have been involved on their portion of the front. The most intimidating force they knew they were to face, and the largest, was the one the Wolves paid the most attention to. That was, of course, the Federated Commonwealth. The Ice Hellions had done severe damage to the Steiner half of their empire, even if it hadn't shown up on the map, but in doing so, they had awakened the giant. The AFFC represented the greatest volume of forces the Wolves anticipated their theater would face. Approximately 40 to 50 regimental combat teams or regiment equivalents were now prepared to assault them, by their own estimates. They expected the most severe blows to land on Sudaden, Biota, Kuset, Grouse, and Baker 4. If these could be blunted, the clan could continue its own offensive. Truthfully, though, Ilkhan Kerensky wanted peace more than anything at this point. He knew this was rapidly going to turn into a war of attrition his army could not win, nor could any of the clans, especially given their divisive nature. Not only would it be better for the inner sphere of fighting halted, it would be better for those who sought to ward them. And with so much turmoil seemingly beginning to start in the homeworlds, Ulrich had hoped that after defeating this offensive and taking hold of several key worlds in their path, he could call for a permanent treaty with honor, in order to turn his attentions elsewhere. What was to come instead was a devastating body blow to the occupation zone that almost no one, save a handful of officers, saw coming. Natasha Kerensky and Phelan Wolf, the two most experienced officers within the clan in regards to their time within the Inner Sphere, began raising alarms within the clan by the beginning of June. Prince Hans Davion would never launch an offensive unless he was certain of absolute victory. Their raids had divulged that there was indeed an offensive coming, even uncovering the operation's name: Sunlight. The Inner Sphere would have approximated, in all likelihood, that they had 5 galaxies at their command, and perhaps some further provincial forces. This meant that they'd need a minimum of 21 regiments to hit their positions, and an approximate 63 regiments to guarantee a definitive victory on the attack against their full might. The reality was, Clan Wolf now had 8 galaxies in total locally, as well as additional provisional forces, meaning that an invader, to guarantee victory, barring the deployment of strategic assets like warships or strategic nuclear weapons, would need 30 regiments to match their base force in uncertain battles, and as many as 90 to guarantee overwhelming their forces completely. They simply didn't have evidence of those numbers. Despite this though, both Sakan Kerensky and Star Captain Phelan stated they believed the Inner Sphere would not launch such a brazen attack unless they had the overwhelming odds in their favor, with even more soldiers at their command than the planners estimated. Ulrich himself didn't entirely believe it, and stated that they could rely upon their Cloud Cobra allies to assist with several galaxies still, further weighing things to their advantage, should worse come to worse. The Inner Sphere's offensive did start on July 15th, 3052, and it was even more terrible than Sakan Kerensky had warned. The Federated Commonwealth's counterattack was not 40 to 50 regiments and RTCs. It was 85 regiments and RTCs, crashing collectively into the exact front the Wolves had anticipated. This was already shocking to local commanders as jump ships entered systems en masse, but it would only grow more dire than the Wolves ever anticipated. The entirety of the Crucius Lancers deployed to Sudeten, along with several further support regiments. The totality of the Donegal Guards followed, making landfall on Apolika. It wasn't just disparate units dropping, but whole armies being deployed on a level the clans could have never imagined. The 1st Lyran Guards Division, a massive arrangement of the Lyran Guards, not seen in its full fury since the Star League, landed on Devon. Across the entire front, huge army groups were appearing, with clan commanders needing to immediately decide if their local defenders could even withstand such an assault. To the shock of the Wolves, their commander-in-chief, when informed by HPG just how bad their odds were, ordered a general withdrawal to shorten the line of contact and potential battlefields the enemy could hit. The first line of planets were entirely abandoned, and before the houses could regroup for their next assault across the Rasalhagian front, a massive push landed from another source: the Comm Guards. On this other front, the one they'd left significantly underguarded, they were not merely hit by Rasalhague and mercenaries, but also 4 Comguard army groups. All totaled, the Inner Sphere forces, without the Combine, brought an equivalent of 150 regiments to this campaign. Having preserved his forces so far, Ulrich knew every battle from this point forward was key. He called upon his Cobra allies at every level to join the fight, and asked his new Star Adder neighbors for aid. To his surprise, both Khans agreed to commit forces. The entire Cloud Cobra Tumen shifted its frontline forces to try to hold the line against the Comm Guards, while 2 Star Adder galaxies, Alpha and Beta, were committed to the fight. Key battles took place on Kempton, Vorarlberg, Laurent, and Dell, each one resulting in the clans being pushed back after intense skirmishes and battles. Dozens of regiments crashed into clan galaxies in all instances, and no matter how fiercely the Wolves fought, they were pushed back each time. Severen, Skokie, Svarstad, Radstad, and Tamar followed in another clash of violence. In some instances, their warships were in system, and Comguard vessels arrived to check them, not engaging them, but to mind the other fleet, while the forces on the ground sorted things out. But it was the Battle of Tamar that ended in August that was, once again, conclusive. Once more, the 2nd Dracon arrived, along with 4 Comguard divisions, and 3 regiments of the 12 Star Guards. In the defense was the majority of Alpha and Delta galaxies.
To the friends we left behind but did not forget, let us say that it has been a long year since we last saw one another. This time, we don't intend to allow your uninvited guests to stay. Tamar will be free.
Prince Hakon Magnusson, arriving in the Tamar system, August 3052. The violent collision that took place on planet was absolutely horrifying. The landings were opposed immediately by clan clusters, which were gradually pushed back and then smashed. The fighting grew in intensity in the hills, as the clans devolved into the same ambush tactics that had been used on their forces while they were on the attack, as they desperately clung onto the world. The Comguards took losses on the way in, as did the Star Guards, but once they closed and grabbed hold of clan clusters, they never let go until that force was attrited into nothing, or forced into a full retreat. Alpha Galaxy quit the field on August 27th, and the remnants of Delta Galaxy acted as a rearguard. In the final days of fighting, Star Colonel Vlad Ward's Timberwolf was downed, and he was forced into shameful surrender to his Inner Sphere counterparts, as the 2nd Dracon and Star Guards overwhelmed the last of the Wolf positions. By the middle of September, the Wolves had lost 30 systems. Meanwhile, their last ally was also in jeopardy. The Goliath Scorpions, facing a counterattack of their own, had lost everything the Fire Mandrills had conquered, save for a handful of systems near the edge of the periphery. For their warriors, spread out, dealing with Fire Mandrill remnants, and trying to garrison the border, the efforts to hold all that the Fire Mandrills once had was beyond fruitless, especially when it became clear that the Combine counterattack had real teeth to it. 20 Combine regiments struck across the frontier, in coordination with the AFFC and Comguard assaults against the Wolves, driving back the Scorpions anywhere they chose to make a stand. It became more evident how troubled the front was when, operating under contract with the Federated Commonwealth, the Eridani light horses were deployed in full, fighting on Walcott against elements of Goliath Scorpion's Alpha Galaxy. Eventually, the clans opted to contain the front across a shorter area, leaving the Fire Mandrill remnants to bear the brunt of the assault. The last fighting took place in the Brochi cluster, where Beta Galaxy managed to win a decisive victory over the Ryukin Go. On the other side of the occupation zone, for their part, the Star Riders had made several successful attacks against the Federated Commonwealth on its weakened border, though not nearly enough to distract them from the immense assault they had done against the Wolves. Ulrich Kerensky was relieved in a way when the enemy's advances halted, in need to repair and reload quite clearly. Half of his Tumen and half of the Cloud Cobra's Tumen were dead. Their Star Rider allies, the best their clan had to offer, were worn and tired as well. It was clear also that their enemy's campaign was about to expand, and was going to be targeting the Adder's worlds now too. Without the use of all the warship assets the clans had within the Inner Sphere, they knew defeat was now a certainty. Ulrich sent word to Comstar in the middle of October to inform the Federated Commonwealth, Free Rasalhague Republic, and Draconis Combine that the clans now sought terms to end the conflict. All of the clans within the Inner Sphere had already agreed to this parley, seeing the size of the forces now arrayed against them on a united front. On November 11th, the guns went silent, as the khans of the remaining clans put their signatures to an Inner Sphere document, detailing the borders of their new realms, and putting in place a, as planned, indefinite ceasefire between them. With the fighting finally starting to quiet, one simply had to look at the bloody track record to see all that had unfolded, and find only disappointment for the clans. 2 of the clans that invaded had been completely destroyed. Clan Wolf had been badly mauled, Clan Goliath Scorpion's forces had barely survived, and Clan Cloud Cobra was a shell of their former selves. The Star Adders had gained a new empire, arriving when it ironically benefited them most, and paid a relatively small cost as a consequence. But they could go no further, certainly. Each of these clans had signed their own death warrants in the homeworlds, though, upon their signing of this armistice. In spite of that, however, nothing could change the reality of what had come to pass. Operation Revival, the clan invasion of the Inner Sphere, was over. The clans were defeated. Today, the guns are silent. A great tragedy has ended. A great victory has been won. The skies no longer rain death. The seas bear only commerce. Men everywhere walk upright in the sunlight. The entire world lies quietly at peace. The holy mission has been accomplished. General Douglas MacArthur, September 2nd, 1945. The war had been catastrophic for all those who participated in it, but there was a clear set of winners in the struggle that began in 3049, with the arrival of the clans into the periphery and Inner Sphere. With their victory firmly set in place, there was a brief window where one may have been deceived into believing that the future would be one of peace and prosperity. Sadly, though, the various belligerents in this brutal war created the conditions for new conflicts that would define much of the latter half of the 31st century. The Inner Sphere powers had been pushed to an extreme by the invasion, and it fundamentally changed the power within these states. Comstar had been exposed, though apparently it took on the accolades of being heroes. Their military presence was forced into tolerance by playing an outsized role in saving Hesperus, and helping vanquish the clan invaders in Operation Sunlight. Though behind the scenes, even if their original plans for Operation Scorpion had been disrupted, they had yet to give up such lofty ambitions. The Comguards being viewed as heroes served their purposes. For now, Comstar selfishly had aided the Inner Sphere, and saved the common man, and in the years that followed, they would exploit this to the maximum. Something dark was to come from the light of Blake, especially after Anasius Vogt died in an unfortunate dropship accident in 3055, and a new Precentor Marshal was chosen to replace him, one which Primus Waterly could more firmly rely upon. The Free Rasalhague Republic stood. Despite losing huge portions of its territory, the Republic maintained enough of its sovereign borders to retain its functional independence. With strong bonds formed with their Federated Commonwealth and Comguard allies, the Republic became a key component of international diplomacy and security in the region. However, it was also now in the very heart of chaos, should any major conflict emerge between almost any powers. House Steiner Davion, on the map, appeared to have weathered the invasion quite well, but the Ice Hellions, despite their ineffectual nature in seizing planets, had carved something dark into the heart of the Steiner portion of the Commonwealth, So many planets had been traumatized by warships, and the destruction of much of the capital could not be forgotten. Worse still, their Davion allies remained largely untouched. Melissa Steiner herself still ruled, but for how much longer, given the nature of this anger? And all of this was only further inflamed once it was discovered that the Prince Victor Steiner Davion was having a romantic affair with the sole remaining heir of the Draconis Combine. This may have created more problems in Steiner's space, but to Hans and Melissa, as well as a select few others, there was an opportunity here to perhaps forge the chains that would finally bring about a new Star League. Though it was a delicate task to get there, and this was only made more complicated once Catherine Steiner Davion began to make plays for power herself, along with her cadre of friends. The Combine, on the other hand, despite retaking the majority of its lost territories, was now dependent on trade and even military assistance from the Federated Commonwealth. Many planets had been spoiled by the Fire Mandrills and their occupation, especially after the clan collapsed and local warlords took control. The liberation of House Kurita was also a hard-fought battle, as each world had descended into some form of madness. Goliath Scorpions, former DCMS personnel claiming to be lords, and Fire Mandrill holdovers plagued the entire region until victory was secured. But much of the damage had been done. Worse, internal strife was now on the horizon, as it appeared that Kurita Omiko was the lover of Victor Steiner Davion. Not only was the nation in debt to its ancient enemy, its future seemed to be heading towards it. For many in the Combine, this could never be allowed, under any conditions. Civil war lay in the Combine's future, unless there was a drastic change. But where would such a change come from, with so much of the army depleted, and the state wholly dependent on its new allies? The Combine faced many bad options in the years that followed Operation Revival and beyond. The peace signed in the Inner Sphere became the last straw for the homeworld clans. Clan Jade Falcon and its allies, Blood Spirit and Hell Sources, ousted Ilkhan Kerensky in the aftermath of his unsanctioned defeat, but this shattered the clan council indefinitely. The Falcons, Horses, and Blood Spirits formed their own council, where the Falcons sat as first among equals, and began the process of attacking all of the other homeworld assets of the remaining invasion clans. This made a clear dividing line between the various homeworld clans as well, as forces were pushed into aligning with them. Clan Novacat, for instance, reluctantly became an ally with them in 3053. However, this devolved even further when clans Ghostbear and Snowraven created a counterbalance, when they came to the aid of Clan Steel Viper during their new rivals' push to finish destroying the clan. The two sides grew in power as blocks began forcing everyone to pick sides. By 3054, the first shots in what would become known as the Wars of Annihilation took place. Whereas the Falcons and their allies considered themselves Crusaders, the Ghostbears and Ravens specifically simply began referring to themselves ominously as the Dominion. And while they looked like guardians of the ways of the clans at first, something far more sinister had taken root within these clans. A new ideology would see the entire Kerensky Cluster and Pentagon worlds be brought under one rule. Prosperity and security awaited through family bonds, and this would only be realized through Dominion. Clan Staradder, by virtue of arriving last to the Inner Sphere and having a major force to commit to it, benefited the most from the invasion itself. While functionally abjured in the aftermath of the end of hostilities with the Inner Sphere, the Adders began to build a long-term, 100-year plan of prosperity and power. They would lose many of their assets that they had not brought with them in the homeworlds, but so much of the clan had already been transplanted to the Inner Sphere, this ended up being a manageable loss. Without a major war against the Lyran half of the Federated Commonwealth, Khan Lafaber intended to seize every independent world they could along the periphery's edge, and then to develop and build these places with ruthless clan efficiency. They intended to build a stellar empire, and one which would one day see their ambitions realized, with Terra firmly wrapped in their coiling scales. There is an ancient proverb that a truly wise man will plant a tree that he will never sit in the shade of, and Lefebvre's policy was very much in this vein. Ironically, many could see the expansion pathway of the Star Riders, mirroring another infamous empire of humanity's past. On July 1st, 3055, the Star Rider Ascendancy was born, and with time, the spheroids would realize just how dangerous it was, leaving the snake unbothered in their garden. Both clans Cloud Cobra and Goliath Scorpion faced mutual crises. The former, the Cobras, had been badly depleted by the invasion, and had lost their primary support base in the homeworlds, which now had to be rebuilt within the Inner Sphere, from gene repositories to mech and aerospace factories. The issue wasn't that this work wouldn't be tackled in their new holdings. It was that these projects, in size and scope, would take the better part of a decade to fulfill, even when retrofitting local Inner Sphere assets for their designs. There was also a crisis of faith for the Cobras, who became exposed to more diversity of religious thought than their cloisters could have taken into account. This almost immediately, once the fighting stopped, created splinters in the clan's ideology and their understanding of the Way. Over the coming decades, even as the clan rebuilt, its internal divisions began to become a fissure more and more, as warriors took on increasingly philosophically divergent ideals. On the part of the Scorpions, they faced much the same difficulties as the Cobras, except that they were in wildly worse shape. In the unraveling of the Kerensky cluster, only a smattering of their resources managed to be secured, in the forms of galaxies, civilians, and warships, before their components were caught up in the chaos and violence that emerged. Inevitably, some form of their clan persisted there, but never returned to the Inner Sphere's fold. This left their warriors in charge of an area that they now had to maintain, but they lacked much of the strength to do so. A bargain was struck eventually with those they occupied, and as a consequence they formed into the Scorpion Republic before the end of the decade, even if it was a decidedly clan culture within this section of space. Now, being within the sphere did create multiple benefits for the Scorpions too, given their desire to seek out and preserve the Star League's treasures. Though, this also created more than a handful of serious problems, both diplomatically and militarily. The true entity that survived all of the havoc unleashed during the invasion, and was left perhaps in the most precarious of situations, was Clan Wolf. Ulrich Kerensky, the last recognized Ilkhan of the clans, was left to manage a clan that now had to struggle in a storm of uncertainty and violence. The Wolves would send forces home to protect their interests, eventually finding those that were sent back, though, lost forever, leaving the remaining 2 men in the Inner Sphere, while powerful, wounded from this blow. But even with this setback, even with stable, mature, and wise leadership, the clan still found itself with an uncertain future. Relations with all of its neighbors, save for their Cloud Cobra compatriots, were lacking. The Star Riders represented an imperialistic threat, and one which was held in check by their own strength alone. The Free Rasalhague Republic, a now stronger power than it had been before the war by 3055, also held them in contempt. The Federated Commonwealth was another deeply anti-clan bastion on their border. They sought better relations with most of these neighbors, but there had been too much bad blood to see much of a change at anything beyond a glacial pace. Inside of the clan itself there were numerous problems, to say the least, as a result of all this. The clan had lost their true home, and in the new space it occupied, it was a wolf with no pack. Diplomatic and security concerns were to rise in the years that followed, though the eventual arrival of old friends did seem to begin to change their fortunes, as Clan Coyote escaped the hellscape that the homeworlds were turning into. With the Coyotes at their side, invited into their realm almost, their forces and morale were bolstered. However, this coalition was not without its problems, as it would be the source of the greatest calamity to ever hit the clan, and now the rest of the Inner Sphere. Because Clan Coyote was not merely in their pack, as they lived in and were the home of one of the greatest threats to the dreams of Alexander and Nicholas Kerensky, the Society. The arrival of the clans into the Inner Sphere, through Operation Revival, meant the end of the succession wars that had plagued humanity since the fall of the Star League. Mankind, though, has always found a way of sparking conflict with one another yet more, and each of the participants in this struggle, and even those outside of it, were to suffer yet furthermore, as the contradictions and ambitions forged by these combatants and the situations left over from their struggles came to the fore. There is sadly one truth. Man always finds a reason for war. Man is a wolf to man. We are our own worst enemies. I am disturbed by another, darker side to Nicholas Kerensky. He was raised during the Ameris occupation of the hegemony, but in the fragments of his personal writings I have reviewed, Nicholas Kerensky never does more than hint at the atrocities he witnessed on Terra. These images of brutality, torture, and calamity must have scarred the mind of the young boy. Though I am certainly no psychiatrist, the absence of any record of these experiences leads me to believe that Nicholas Kerensky repressed what he saw. During the first chaotic years of the Pentagon Worlds, Nicholas contracted the same brain fever that killed his mother. For 2 weeks, he burned with an illness known to cause extensive brain damage in most of its victims. Yet he survived. Given everything that he was exposed to in his life, the clans and the new society devised by Nicholas Kerensky appear to be inspired attempts on his part to forever banish the demons of the society that had so traumatized his life. The trials by combat are honorable and do not allow ganging up on an enemy, reflecting Nicholas's bitterness over how de Chavier and his brother Andrei had died. There is no way of knowing if the fever damaged his brain. No way to tell how much of what he created was genius, and how much was madness. An excerpt from the Journal of Anastasia Vogt, 22nd of December, 3050. This work was only made possible due to the contributions of multiple people, who I feel must be acknowledged and credited here. To begin our acknowledgements, this project would have not been possible without the idea being sparked by Herbert B's in a live stream on the channel last year. A mere series of jokes in the comments section, and simply asking what if things had been different, resulted in the video in and of itself. Herb is a former line developer for Battletech, and continues to work on aspects of the property, namely in the alternate reality portion of the setting. The latest project he worked on, which is being released, is Battletech Gothic, where he was the lore writer behind it. At one stage I had a series of hard questions that needed to be answered regarding some of the clans involved in the video. I'd originally started with very different intentions for both Clan Goliath Scorpion and Clan Blood Spirit. I couldn't find good sources for some of my inquiries, and I was advised to reach out to Phil Lee. Phil is a treasure regarding clan lore, and was able to provide me with answers to all of my questions, and provided me with insight and suggestions on how best to tackle them in my video. Cloud Cobra became an invasion clan, for instance, due to his advisement. Phil is an editor at Catalyst Game Labs, and manages their Shrapnel magazine. He is also one of the writers for one of the upcoming Wars of Grievance novels. I reached out to Alex Knight, who was able to provide me with some information, and pointed me in the right direction for certain resources in order to build out the clans that participated in the invasion in a solid way. It very much helped with the creation of this video. There were a multitude of visuals that had to be created for this video. Multiple artists provided their brushes in order to make many of these things come to life. Alan Blackwell created the fantastic mech and aerospace art pieces specifically for this video, as most of these clans entirely lacked color artwork. From the Fire Mandrills Highlander 2C, to the Ice Hellion mechs engaging the Atlas, all the way through to the aerospace wing for Clan Cloud Cobra. This was all put together just for this video. I also reused the Star Adder pieces he did for me from the Warhammer 2C video. Alan has elevated multiple videos on this channel with his incredible work, and I thank him for it. When we get into the more human element of this video, one Bruce Patnud delivered a fantastic assembly of portraits. There is often very little description for these characters, but Bruce was able to bring them to life based on what we could track down, or just vibed with the characters best. The cons of almost all the invasion clans, save for Ulrich Kerensky, were done by Bruce. Bruce is the first artist I ever worked with on the channel, and his work has been stellar every time. Thank you, Bruce. Eldonius Rex brought to life the scene where Clan Ice Hellion confronted Clan Star Adder. It's one of the most important scenes in the video, and it needed to be made, and in color. He crafted it perfectly, and I thank him for it. Steven Tyler is still screaming angrily at Condrake Graves somewhere out there. If we all just believe. Anonymous Oni Agent, one of the mods on the channel, was able to help me craft the maps for this video, and it would have been much less engaging without his contributions to it. A massive thank you to Anonymous Oni Agent, not only for the maps, but for the work he does on the channel in general. Anonymous Oni Agent also lent his voice to become one of the star commanders in the Ice Hellion vs. Comguard space battle. A huge thank you to Sarna too. A big thank you to Shimmering Sword for allowing me to use his warship sketch art for several scenes. Thank you, Anthony. All of the beautiful star backgrounds you see in the video, including the one on the screen right now, are made by Starkey-Tech Designs. A massive thank you to him and the work he's done. Finally, I must credit Operation Zukof's creator, Garrick, and the artist Plog for allowing me to use much of the warship art in this video. A link to this fan project will be found in the top pinned comment of the video. I strongly recommend checking out the beautiful fan-made TROs, as they have an extremely high quality level of art in them. The first person I need to have on the credits for the voices here is Critical Rocket. I was in one of his live streams asking him if he wanted a role in the video, and gave him several options. He chose the Ice Hellions, though I did go on to warn him about the length of Con Steven Tyler's part, but Rocket still opted to go with it all the same. He also blew the role away completely. Critical Rocket has one of the longest standing channels that covers Battletech on YouTube. He still regularly updates and does live streams weekly, typically on either Thursdays or Fridays. I recommend checking it out. Tex of the Black Pants Legion lent his voice to the role of the Prince of Rasalhague. He dealt with my mid-tier dialogue writing and delivered a powerful character for the video. My hat's off to him, and I thank him for his contributions to this. In exciting news, Tex is currently working on a piece that will cover the Black Knight, one of the most recognizable command mechs in the entire setting. Keep your eyes peeled for it. When the Legion finishes this project, it will be amazing. Sven Vanderplank played the role of Con Drake Graves in the video, and delivered a great performance. Sven's Battletech channel is also incredible, and offers amazing dives into the world and setting. Most of you here will already know of his work, but for those who do not, check it out. It is going to be like everyone else's channels here in the top pinned comment. He also has more content on the bench as well, and there should be updates in the future. A huge thank you to Sven for taking the time to play the Star Adders. Friend of the channel and weekly updater, Mechanical Frog provided the voice of Con Elias Krishel, the Con of Clan Jade Falcon. He provided this voice even though it was basically heralding the doom of his favorite faction. Frog's a great friend, and I thank him for taking the time to bring this character to life. His latest video was the Blackjack as of the time of me making this, and I recommend everyone check it out. Nathan from Battletech provided the voice of the Ice Hellion Star Admiral for the Comstar vs. Ice Hellion scene, and did a spectacular job. Nathan is on the Battletech podcast, and is a gracious host, as well as an incredibly fun and informative fan of the setting. Even though he likes the Steel Vipers, I forgive him for that. Thank you, Nathan. A new episode of Battletech dropped only a few days ago, being hosted by Michael and Paul, and I'll have it linked in the top pinned comment of this video. Aaron of the Mechs and Men podcast provided the voice of Clan Coyote's Khan. Of Mechs and Men just cleared their way through Wolves on the Border on their Book Club podcast, and you should check it out. Once more, it'll be linked below. Battletech author and friend of the channel Brian Young provided the voice of Focht in the first half of the video. Brian's a prolific writer, and recently had a new book released called Lone Wolf and Fox. It's a serialized novel of several stories published in Shrapnel, as well as a new story exclusive to the anthology. A huge thank you to Brian for lending his voice, and also for writing a bunch of cool books that I've enjoyed. When Theodore Kurita was talking, it was in fact the Beef speaking. Beef is a fantastic Mechwarrior Online and Mechwarrior 5 streamer that you will find on Twitch and who posts informative and hilarious videos on YouTube. I'll have links to his particular works in the top pinned comment along with everyone else's. Finally, a big thank you to Dapper Raccoon, one of the mods for the channel and a friend, who provided the voice of the second Star Commander in the battle scene. Dapper's a huge Battletech fan, and the channel is all the better for his involvement. There are also some music credits though. One of the tracks in this video was created by Audacious Cues, who has provided most of the Japanese themed music that the videos on the channel uses. Most of the rest of the tracks on this video were created by Scott Buckley, and are a part of his online cinematic Creative Commons music catalog. I think he deserves way more attention for how he has helped so many content creators create beautiful pieces with the help of his music. I'll have a link to his channel, which is where you will find most of his work. Check it out. First of all, I want to thank you all for joining me here today. I apologize for how long this video was. It's actually much shorter than it could have been. I cut enormous amounts of content out of this. There was going to be a whole arc for the homeworlds, there was multiple parts for the House Lords in the Inner Sphere, and I realized that the project was becoming incompletable, so I moved away from finishing many of those components and just put together most of this from the clan perspective. Oh, and I also want to give a shout out to all of the people who helped me with video game material in order to have backgrounds for parts of this video. Thank you so much. So that was one of the first real, alternate history things I've ever done on the channel. I'm not sure there will ever be another one like it. This took 3 months to produce, which was an overwhelming amount of time. I learned a lot while making it. I'm very happy with the end results. We'll see how the audience themselves like it. If you're watching this on day 1 and you notice there's no timestamps in the video, don't worry. The timestamps are going to be inserted in this video for you to jump between different chapters 1 day after its release. Just letting you know. But I just want to say, don't forget to hit like, it does help the video. Don't forget to subscribe, that also helps the channel overall if you're enjoying this content. And I want to give a huge shout out to all of the YouTube channel members who make this possible. Because this is quite literally only made possible because of viewers like you. On screen during this video, as of this exact moment too, you should see a list of all of the Captain Generals who helped get the artwork for this done on top of the regular members, of course, and I cannot thank them enough. And of course, if you would like to join as a channel member in order to support the work I do here, there should be a join button on the YouTube application somewhere or in the browser to become a member yourself. I know I just shamelessly shilled the channel, but this was a giant video, so I feel entitled to doing that. But with that being said, what do you all think of What If the Clan Invasion? Did you enjoy the video? Did you enjoy what I did in it? Did you dislike what I did in it? Are you angry at me now? Are you an Ice Hellion fan who's just raging like Con Steven Tyler at me? Let me know in the comment section below, and I will catch you all down there.